WWE Smackdown, and of course it is Friday night, so we will be live for AEW Dynamite as well. So Smackdown into Dynamite, and I must admit we've been doing so many football streams. It's really nice to actually come back to wrestling for a little bit. We've been doing so many football streams and so many other bits and bobs that to come back to, you know, what the channel is for. It's kind of nice to come back and sit down and refocus on wrestling. I've really enjoyed stepping away from wrestling, but I must admit I am enjoying now coming back to wrestling. Obviously, our last wrestling stream was Tuesday with NXT. Before that, Monday with Raw. And this is obviously SmackDown and AEW. This is the go-home show for Hell in a Cell. We will be live for Hell in a Cell as well. So we are doing Hell in a Cell on Sunday. Of course, there is a Hell in a Cell match tonight. I'm sure you've all heard that news, of course. So it's been absolutely everywhere. Roman taking on Rey Mysterio. This dropped, I think it was like late last night that WWE had moved it. And I think, was it Heather or someone mentioned earlier that AEW have got their own MMA cage fight tonight. And just wondered if maybe... could they have moved it for that reason? Could it be that they don't want AEW to get the headlines and for people to know that, could it be that they had a pretty bland show planned, a go-home planned, and, they're having to compete against AEW on a Friday night now? In all seriousness, the ratings haven't been brilliant, though, so I don't know why WWE would feel threatened by that. But it is very unusual for them to move such a high-profile match. I mean, you could argue this would have been the main event. So it's very unusual for them to move that to, the SmackDown. It's very strange. I don't know if they're under orders from Fox to improve the ratings a little. I know the ratings are at 1.9. Obviously, they would want those over 2 million. So it could be that Fox have said, look, we want something to get the ratings back up. And as a result, they've moved forward the cage match. It could be that they've done it because there's another match that they think could be a bit more interesting that could take its place. They might have done it because of AEW. I honestly don't know. I've not seen any news as to why this decision has been made. The only thing I have seen reported, a few people have mentioned in the chat as well, is that it's not expected that it's going to be Dominic against Roman as a replacement. It's not expected that this is going to lead to potentially Uso versus Uso, or if you're thinking this might mean that Brock comes back, that's not really expected either. There's thoughts that this could be a case that we're going to get Seth and Cesaro. There's thoughts that it could be Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn. You would think there's going to have to be something, because we are now down to 4 matches. So we definitely need something to be added now that we've lost this one. Because I think it was quite a light pay-per-view anyway. So, 5 matches is not many matches at all. So I think we're going to definitely need something to replace this. But the whole reasoning behind it, I'll be fascinated to find out what it is. But it could be Fox. It might be AEW, but I'm not sure. It might be that they have got plans for the matches to go quite long, and they don't want it to be maybe more than a couple of hours. Maybe they're looking at the pay-per-views. They've made their money now. It's really weird if you think about the pay-per-views, because back in the day they would have to put on a big show because you was gonna buy the pay-per-view. So back in the day, every single show, every single pay-per-view was a pay-per-view. You had to pay like £20-30 to buy it and watch it. So that meant they needed to grab your attention. They needed big matches that you just did not want to miss. The problem since the network has come along is that if you subscribe to the network now, you get it for free. So the problem is now that if you've got Peacock, you're going to get the show for free. You're going to get Hell in a Cell for free. You're subscribed to Peacock anyway, so you're going to get the show for free. So with that being said, they don't need to really go that big on these shows anymore. Like the pay-per-view shows, they're nice specials and whatever, but they haven't really got to roll out the red carpet. Do you know what I mean? So it's a little bit... The whole pay-per-view model, I think, has changed for the worse. And for the better. I mean, it's brilliant. You get to watch so many shows now and not have to pay £20-30. But it kind of sucks that they don't have to put in the same level of effort. So it could be that they're just looking at like a 2-hour show. 2-hour show. They think that the Hell in a Cell name will sell it anyway. And, you know, they're just going to replace the Roman match with something else. And maybe try and boost the SmackDown ratings a little more with this big main event tonight. But as I said, I don't know. Just theories, just speculation. But, yeah, that's obviously a big match tonight. As well as that, we've got Big E and Kevin Owens taking on Apollo and Commander Aziz. We've got Shinsuke taking on King Corbin for the crown. So we've got that match as well. And then, of course, as we said, the Hell in a Cell match also. So that's what the lineup for SmackDown looks like. And there's rumours of someone backstage, which... I'm not really buying is going to make an appearance. They could do. They could make an appearance, but I wouldn't really think it'd be any more than a one-off at this stage if they do make an appearance. But we'll wait and see on that one. AEW, I honestly haven't seen the card, to be honest. I know that there is an MMA fight, but which is the Hager-Wardlow thing, but I haven't seen the rest of the card. But I believe it's a decent-looking card tonight for AEW. Heather said it has for us. AEW still make us pay $50 each quarter. I've been spoilt paying just $10 a month for WWE. Chris says they're going the Ray Roman for the Universal Championship tonight. They are. Rhea Charlotte, I don't believe. Days, I told you earlier that Observer said Roman was never supposed to wrestle at Hell in a Cell. SmackDown was always the plan. Apparently reasons why don't make sense. Also, SmackDown comes first. Why would they care? Yeah, I agree with that. SmackDown comes first. Why would they care? The only thing I would disagree with is, didn't they announce Roman and Ray for Hell in a Cell? It's listed on the Wikipedia page, and it is a Hell in a Cell match. So, unless there's been a little bit of confusion, but I'm sure there was a graphic as well. So, I'm not sure that I buy it was never meant to be at Hell in a Cell. Without seeing that article, I don't know. I'm sure you are saying it exactly as Dave Meltzer has said it, but I'm just struggling a little bit with that because it was on the Wikipedia page. I'm sure there's a graphic made for it. Like the notion that it was never going to be at the Hell in a Cell pay-per-view is just a bit difficult for me to buy right now. So I'd like to have a look. I'd like to have a read of that article. Moldy Spoon said, PW Insider says people are backstage. They'll have a dart match, right? That makes more sense, Moldy Spoon. That makes a lot more sense. Because I must admit, I saw those names were backstage and I didn't... You're not going to bring up these people without a crowd. Why would you do that? I mean, I know that, like, for Raw, things are getting a little desperate. Vince has actually said he knows the product is stale. So maybe we're getting to the point where, right now, it just doesn't matter if there's a crowd or not. Like, we've got to start pulling the trigger here. Because the shows haven't been good enough. I do think that 2021 has been pretty poor. I mean, honestly, I would struggle to think of a worse year than 2021 at the moment for wrestling. I just think it's been very bland. I think that it's just been very underwhelming. I don't think like the stories have been anywhere near good enough. The one shining light, I suppose, has been that we did have fans at WrestleMania. But even if we think back to how we rated those WrestleManias, they're not high-rated shows. I think one got a 7 out of 10 and the other got a 7.25. Like, both days were just okay. Like, they were, even though it was like a crowd in a stadium and, you know, it was a big spectacle, it still didn't deliver, really, for what your expectation would be for a WrestleMania. So I kind of feel like wrestling's just really struggled. I mean, wrestling without a crowd is just... Oh, it's hard. It's really hard. It's been really difficult in 2021. So I'm personally looking forward to crowds coming back. I think they've been waiting for crowds to come back. Still can't get my head around why we never got any big moments at WrestleMania in front of a crowd. But either way, you know, all the talk is that SummerSlam is going to be absolutely huge. It really feels like SummerSlam is... everything's going into SummerSlam. SummerSlam's going to be at a stadium. It's going to have loads of returns. It's going to have loads of moments. You got Steph saying, trust her, it's going to be huge. I kind of feel like right now we're bobbing along, right? I really wouldn't read too much into anything that's happening at the moment because I really honestly think that wrestling, WWE in particular, is just bobbing along at the moment. Right now, I think all that focus is on SummerSlam. I think all of that focus is on the relaunch, like to reinvigorate things. I think everything's going into that. So I think right now we're just bobbing along. We'll just get into SummerSlam, and once we get to SummerSlam, they know that they've got John Cena. They know that they've got Brock Lesnar. They know that they've got Cardi B. And I think once we get to SummerSlam, then they're very much going to, you know, pull every card they've got, basically. So, yeah, right now I just think we're bobbing along for the next couple of months. And then as we get into August, I think they're just going to pull all the stops. And I think they're going to, they're just going to hit you with absolutely everything and really try to, you know, a bit like a defibrillator, eh? That's obviously been a talk of the town, hasn't it? The old defibrillator. So, like the defibrillator, in August, they're going to go clear, like this, and they're going to deliver a shock to the wrestling world. EWC said, can you make your fantasy SummerSlam card? I don't really do that, to be honest, just because things change so quick in the wrestling world that, you know, you could have done that the other week, your fantasy SummerSlam card, and, you know, Aleister Black's gone. Aleister Black definitely would have been in my fantasy card, so Aleister Black's gone, or, you know, someone could get called up, because we will get crowds back at Hell in a Cell, Money in the Bank. We will get fans back for Money in the Bank, so could there be some NXT call-ups? All of a sudden, then your SummerSlam fantasy card looks different again. So I just kind of think that the wrestling world can be very quick moving. So some of the, you know, you put a fantasy card down on a Tuesday, could be out of date by, do you know what I mean, next Monday. What's the thoughts on Raw Roulette possibly coming back? Personally, I'm not fussed. I'm not going to sit here and say that'd be brilliant, that'd be the best thing in the world, because we need better creative. I mean, even with Raw Roulette, I don't really have much confidence that the Raw creative team are going to give you a show that you're going to really enjoy. They could bring back anything, and right now, if I look at the past few weeks, months worth of Raw, you could pretty much do anything. I mean, they can bring legends back and just completely make it a boring, dull show. I mean, we had a bit of a legends thing, like, earlier this year. And, like, wasn't it Randy Orton just abusing them? And it just didn't really achieve a great deal. And, you know, you can say that I'm being a bit down on stuff, but I'm just being very, very realistic, because I sit here and watch the shows week after week after week. And until I see some real change, until I see something that really, you know, some nice new stories or something that really gets my interest, until I start to see, like, you know, people out there going, do you know what, this is actually all right. And until I start to see, you know, because don't forget, when we give our scores, I do pop over and just check a couple of others, just see, you know, are we a million miles out? We're never a million miles out, right? We are never a million miles out. What you lot say is a bit of an aggregate, and what I tend to put, like, as a score at the end, there or thereabouts. I'd say it's like half a score, like, out from a few others that I tend to check. And I kind of feel like until I'm starting seeing some, like, movement on that, and, you know, some enthusiasm and momentum and all, I just got no confidence whatsoever that Raw Roulette is going to be anything good, or that they'll book it and give us what we want. So I don't know if there's just such a disconnect between WWE and the fans because they've not had the fans in attendance. I mean, if the fans were there, then if there was like silence during like a lot of segments, you would think they would take note of that. We probably influence things more than we know. I've said before, the big picture stuff, I don't think we can really change. Because I think that there's a lot of analytics that they look at. There's a lot of things that tell them this is the way forward. And Vince obviously has got people he likes and his gut feelings. And, he'll do what he wants to do. But I think we can definitely change a lot of segments in the show that Vince doesn't really care about. Vince is just putting storylines together, like, let's do them with them, that could be good, let's have a look at this and this. But if they go out there and the segments bomb, and there's no reaction, and the crowd aren't lapping it up, like, that message will get back. And I think that kind of live crowd feedback has really been missing for WWE. And I think as a result of that, they've probably gone down maybe some wrong roads, but I think more than that, they've probably stuck with a few things longer than they should have. I mean, could have told you pretty much straight away Retribution was not going to work. I think we could all say from the start Retribution was not going to work. I'm not talking about when they first invaded. I'm talking about when they get revealed and, you find out their names are T-Bar and Mace and Slapjack and you see them in the masks. And you fully well know that's Dominik Dijakovic. I mean, Dominik Dijakovic should be a killer on this main roster. Dominik Dijakovic is, a fantastic wrestler. You think you can talk Kevin Owens, you can talk Sami Zayn, you can talk Keith Lee. Well, you better start adding Dominik Dijakovic in that conversation. Like, T-Bar is an incredible wrestler. He's an indie darling. And if you didn't really watch NXT or the indies, you might not know that because of how he's been presented. But, yeah, I mean, they stuck with that, for example. Just as an example, they stuck with that for too long. And, finally they move away from it. But I just kind of think, like, if they had a live crowd reaction and that thing bombed. Imagine if that thing bombed and there was boos and everything. Like, would Vince have been quicker to have pulled the plug? And then we could have moved on to something else. So I just think, like, until they get that live crowd reaction, until they get crowds back, I'm not too confident that they're going to improve the booking. And also, I think they're so focused on SummerSlam in August. I'm not even too sure they're worried about the next 8 weeks. So, again, I wish I wasn't so down on that stuff, because I like putting all of that aside. I'd be down for Raw Roulette. I'd be down for it. Why not? Something we haven't seen in a while. But just, I've got no confidence right now. Eric Defcon Prime Dorigi says, Snoochie Booches, Wrestling Day Snooches. I feel like I've been live with you all week. My son Jack asks, do you think Wardlow versus Hager is a real fight? Sadly not. I don't think so. I think that if they've managed to convince people that it's a real fight, I think that's really cool. But I don't think it's going to be, because if it's a real fight, then these guys would need to be training for this. If this is a real fight, they're both going to want to win it. If it's a real fight, they'd both need to be training for this for a long time. If this was a real fight, I think that there'd be some real reluctance to show it on TV, because you could get a lot of blood, you could get a lot of serious injuries. I don't even know if Wardlow is MMA trained. Hager is. Hager's been doing stuff in Bellator. So, of the two, I would probably be leaning to Hager because of his training. I don't know what Wardlow's background is like. So, I think that this is going to be choreographed. It's going to have been worked out. They're going to have the winner will be predetermined and whatnot. But I think that doesn't mean that it's not going to be a really great fight. That doesn't mean that this isn't going to be a really interesting story, or it's not going to be compelling. I'm really looking forward to it. This is right up my street. We do UFC, so watching AEW give us an MMA fight against two guys that have really not liked each other for a long time. Whenever they're doing those promos, not long ago they were just staring at each other, and they really didn't like each other. So I'm looking forward to that. I think it's going to be really good. I think AEW are going to do it well, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they present it. But I would have to say that I'm not expecting it to be real, because I just don't think either guy's going to want to put themselves in that situation. I don't think. Also, that they could get seriously hurt and be out for a while. I mean, the Brawl for All, which was a real boxing tournament that the WWE did, that had long-lasting repercussions. There's people that were never the same after that tournament. So, if you're doing something like this, and I don't even think they'd get cleared. If you were going to do it real, you'd have to get cleared by the Florida State Commission. And I don't even know if they'd get clearance for it, to be honest. I don't even know if they'd get the license to do it. And there's probably, restrictions you'd have to do and things like they'd have to weigh in, of course. They'd have to weigh in and there'd have to be, officials and blah, blah, blah. Nah, they won't go. They won't be real. Days, do you want GMs back? Who should be the GMs? I don't mind GMs. Yeah, I mean, I think GMs have been really good for... I think Regal's been amazing for NXT. And there was... I mean, the biggest, for me, the GM storyline in NXT has been, this past week, is maybe the segment of the year. I absolutely loved it. I was gripped. I didn't know which way it was going to go. I didn't know what they were going to say. I just thought it was brilliant. So the whole GM storyline, I just thought was brilliant in NXT. So would I want GMs back for Raw and SmackDown? You can kind of say we've already got them with Adam Pearce. Adam Pearce and Sonya Deville are already doing those roles. But could you bring someone in? Could you imagine Samoa Joe as GM on Raw? I'm pretty sure that would be amazing. So I'd be down for it if they were credible GMs. I actually really enjoyed when Roman was having that little feud with Adam Pearce. And do you remember, they were trying to do a match between Roman and Adam Pearce. And, he was trying to show that he actually runs SmackDown. So I thought even that was good. So there's definitely things you can do with GMs. I don't know if it's going to make a massive difference, to be honest, but I've always been a fan of them. I've always liked them. But I don't like them to be too heavily involved. I wouldn't want them to start the show each week or, I wouldn't even show them every week. GMs, for me, I think, like William Regal. You don't see Regal every single week. You can go actually quite a long time without seeing him. But it's just when there's something that needs him, he's there. And in a way, WWE, as I said, are doing that with Adam Pearce and Sonya Deville. You don't see them all the time, but when a decision needs to be made, they're there. So they've kind of gone that way. I thought Paige did a great job as well when she was GM. Jim Gore said Paige should never been removed as SmackDown GM. Jim, you and me, mate, on the same page. On the same page, aren't we, Jim? Hasib said, Days, do you think we'll see Hager back in Bellator? I honestly don't know. I mean, I don't... He fought not that long ago, didn't he? I'm pretty sure he fought not that long ago. And there was a little backstage bit at the start of AEW that had Hager. He had a bit of a bruised eye and whatever. And, they were talking about how he was a killer. And I kind of feel like that might have only been a couple of months. So, I think there's a very good chance that you see him. He's been doing all right in Bellator, actually. He's been doing all right. I don't know, now that he's got this job with AEW and had it for a while, I don't know if his priorities have changed at all, or if he's still focused on the Bellator thing. I kind of feel like he's more involved in AEW than what I was expecting. I thought they would bring him in as a bit of a killer that comes in every once in a while. But he's actually been a permanent, very active member of Inner Circle. Was it Inner Circle? I'm trying to think now. Yeah, Inner Circle. So I don't know what his plans are. That's the bottom line. I don't know what his plans are. If his plans are that he wants to stick with Bellator and do the best he can, then absolutely you'll see him in Bellator. If he is loving life with AEW and, it's safer, it pays well, it's safer, he's not getting actually hit in the head and all this kind of stuff, then who knows if he might wind that down. So, I don't know. I can't say I've heard what he wants to do. Days, I think the only reason Bobby won at WrestleMania was that Vince was scared the fans had turned on Drew. But now, because he got a great response from fans, he might be giving Drew the belt now. Now he's got a great response from fans, he might be giving Drew the belt now. I don't know that Drew. I don't think Drew is as popular as he was. I think that Drew. I just don't think they've had good feuds. I mean, Drew has kind of been around Bobby since the title, since like WrestleMania and before. So I kind of feel that this feud's been going on for a little while now. I wouldn't mind that if it was an interesting feud, but we sort of just see just pointless segments between them. There's nothing here that I find that exciting. I mean, it's just like Drew will have a match and Bobby will have his VIP area and his girls, and he'll just watch Drew have a match, and it's like Drew will then attack Bobby at some point, and it's just all a bit stale, isn't it? And it's all just a bit uninspiring. So as a result, I think it makes Drew uninspiring. I think you need someone to come in and just rip this up. You need someone to come in and be doing something different. And I think that's where a lot of the Fiend's popularity comes from, is the fact that he's doing something different. You know, he gets vignettes. How many people get vignettes? Bray gets vignettes. He's got an interesting look with an alter ego. You know, he's got the Funhouse, he's got the Fiend. How many people get alter egos? So I just kind of feel like where they've tried to do something different with Bray, it's really connected with people, but they're not really trying that with many other people. I'm not saying alter egos and vignettes, although I do think vignettes would massively help. But I'm just saying try some stuff, present something different, because you've kind of got a lot of people just doing the same stuff. So it's just all a bit uninspiring at the moment. So I kind of feel at the moment Drew is feeling quite uninspiring. And so as a result, I don't know that they're going to put the title back on him. I'd be surprised if there was some analytics saying that people were clamouring for Drew to be champion again. I could be wrong, but I'd be very, very surprised. Steven said, bro, if Brock comes back, should he have a manager to feud with Roman? Like a manager and Roman versus a manager and Brock? I love the story or the idea. I mean, I've said this before. I love the idea that Roman wins a big match at a pay-per-view. Paul Heyman is in the ring, big smile on his face. He's about to hand the title to Roman, and then Brock's music hits. And I want a camera on Paul Heyman's face the moment that happens. I want to see because you know the pride he has. That's been a big part of this character. So you know the pride he has for Roman and the beaming and his so proud and do you know what I mean? You're my tribal chief and all this. Big smile, there you go. I want to see that, and at the moment that music hits, I want to see that face drop. I want to see Paul Heyman's face absolutely drop. He was not expecting Brock to return, and I want to see that slow turn of the head as he looks up the entranceway as the Beast Incarnate comes out. And I would have him come out on his own, because I think when Brock comes out, Heyman, if Brock was to move over, because Brock can go to Raw first, yeah? So Brock could go to Raw first and do something with Bobby. But I think ultimately I'd love to see him go to SmackDown, and I'd love to see him walk out, and I'd love to see him confront Paul Heyman, and I'd love for him to basically say to Paul, it's time, what are you doing? It's, it's me or no one. It's time to choose. I know I've been away, but I'm back now. Really put Heyman under pressure of Heyman now has got to choose. Does he go Roman or does he go Brock? Which way does Paul Heyman go now? And I would love that story. That is a great story. You can get some mileage out of that. Could you imagine Paul Heyman being really torn, trying to figure out which way to go? And you could put Paul Heyman in some really good situations where he's having to think fast on his feet. Maybe he said that, he's not going to be with Roman or anything, but he's got to just ask Roman something. And so he goes into the Roman's locker room and Brock's looking for him. And, do you know what I mean? Heyman's peering behind the door to see if Brock's gone, and you could there's things that you could do where he's caught in the middle. So I think when Brock comes back, I wouldn't give him a new manager. I'd actually make Heyman that a story, and I think you could get like some really great segments out of that. I think you could do some really, really good stuff. You could even do Brock versus Roman, Heyman in a shark cage. Do you know what I mean? Like, maybe both guys don't trust Heyman. Perhaps Roman doesn't trust Heyman anymore because he thinks he's working with Brock. Maybe Brock doesn't trust Heyman because he thinks he's working with Roman. And so they both agree that Heyman should be put in a shark cage and suspended above the ring. And Heyman just, like, really doesn't want to do that. But they put him in, and then we get Brock Roman with Heyman in a shark cage above the ring. Like, and then, like, during that match, you might find who he's actually decided to work with. You know, Heyman could get out and then help the person that he's going to work with, and boom, you know, oh, he's chosen Brock over Roman, or oh, he's chosen Roman over Brock, or whatever it might be. So, yeah, I just think you could probably go something along those lines. Big shout out to everyone that's joining us. Jennifer said, I'm sadly too sick to be on here for too long, but I did want to say a quick hey to all and ask a pressing question. Why was Kane taken off the field? See you later. Jennifer Lockhart, shout out to you. Yeah, I mean, let's not talk about the soccer. Let's not talk about the football. I really don't want to go over that again. I've already had to do one whole stream on it, and mentally now I've moved on. LSW said Brock shouldn't speak much, but when he does, it should have impact. Days Wrestling Escape Pod, I'm the hack. Oh, Johnny, I don't need that either. Yeah, I do you know what, actually, for those that do watch Wrestling Escape Pod, which is the podcast I do every Thursday, it's got its own YouTube channel, we don't really talk wrestling over there. We just go where the conversation goes, but it can result in some real weird and wacky and wonderful episodes. This one is set up next week quite nicely. There's about 50 minutes left, and next week on the Wrestling Escape Pods, currently with 50 minutes left on the vote, there's been 118 votes. At the moment, I'm going to ask you to send in your favourite wrestling merch. So if you're not someone that watches the Wrestling Escape Pod, I'll come back to this in 50 minutes and I'll tell you if that's what won. Okay, so hold your horses. I mean, it's looking good, but hold your horses. There's a poll on Twitter, and if that wins, then I want you to send a picture or a video of you with your favourite wrestling merch, and it will be played on next week's Wrestling Escape Pod, so the world can see it. So that could be really cool. I bet there's some really cool stuff out there. And actually, that's going to coincide nicely with the whole Most Wanted Treasures WWE show that's just been on. I don't even... It might have just ended, actually. So that could be really, really fun. So we'll see if that wins. It's currently leading by 7%. But if any of you have got some really cool stuff that you think people would be impressed with, then pictures, or better, a little video where you can, explain why you love it. Just something like 30 seconds or so, because I don't know how many entries we would get, but 30 odd seconds where you can just show it off, talk about why it, who you are, talk about why it's your favourite thing, and, it could be a really, really good episode next week. I'm really looking forward to it, but we'll see if that wins first. Dane Films says, the SmackDown card tonight. Angela Dawkins and Otis. I forgot to mention that. Shout out to you, Dane Films. I have world famous James Ellsworth's chin, says Harley. That's where it's gone. Dax, shout out to you. Days, do you think AEW will sell out New York? Maybe some big surprise debuts. I'm hoping that Daniel Bryan goes there. Lol dreams, says Walker Danger. I do think they'll sell it out. I think that Tony Khan will they'll give comps, won't they? So I think that it's 20-something thousand, I think Tony Khan is going to guarantee you it's a big show. I think your hardcore AEW fans, have got a good few months to start saving and preparing and all that kind of stuff. So I think that they're going to go all out for it. I think that they probably are quite confident that they could sell 15,000 maybe, something along those lines. They did 10 for All In. So, can they do 15 or so? Look, judging by how quick the ticket sales go. Plus also, I can't imagine tickets will be that expensive. But I reckon they could give away thousands and thousands of comp tickets. I could be wrong. But I think that they will look to sell it out. I think they could sell it out. I think it'll be a massive show. I think it's a beautiful, beautiful venue. And for those of you that haven't seen, it's actually a tennis stadium. It's used as part of the US Open. And your first reaction might be like, tennis stadium? Why would you do it there? But it makes perfect sense because it's about 20-odd thousand, which is the same as an arena. But because all the seats go around a tennis court's not that big. So once you put like a ring there and some extra seats maybe, I mean, could you imagine that? If you had like floor seats, you'd be sitting on the actual tennis court. Like, that's just cool in itself, isn't it? Like, if you're a tennis fan, you could actually go watch a wrestling show, but actually get a seat on the tennis court where you've been and watched, do you know what I mean? Serena Williams, Federer, Djokovic, Nadal. Do you know what I mean? All the greats, Sampras, all the greats have played there. You could sit on the tennis court. So I think that's cool. But and it'll feel so intimate. It's going to feel so, like with a normal stadium, obviously it's so big, but they do a very good job of making it feel intimate. But this is going to have such an atmosphere because it's just, the sound is just going to bounce around and it's going to look amazing. They could get some incredible shots. I think it's a genius move. I think it's an absolute genius move. So if AEW do something wrong, I'll criticize it, right? If they do something that I think is just horrible and cringe and they shouldn't be doing it, I'll criticize it. If they do something amazing, I'll praise it. And that really deserves praise. I thought it was a genius move. I'm excited for the Bare Knuckle MMA tonight. It's Jorge's new promotion. It's their first show. I'm going to have 3 screens, says Crazy Ginger Jake Hold'em. Would you rather talk about Triple T's foot fetish? Nah, not really. Not really. I want to see Andrade versus Hangman Page, says Dylan Games. Robin said, Days, every show needs Samoa Joe. That'll fix wrestling. Why did they remove Ray versus Roman for today? We don't know why they've moved it. We don't quite know. So I don't think there's anything massive planned for Hell in a Cell. I don't think this means that we're getting something monumental. It could mean that we are getting something different. It could be that we get, Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn, or we get Seth Cesaro, or we get Uso versus Uso. But we spoke about it at the start. There's a few different reasons. Ali was saying that according to Dave Meltzer, Roman and Ray was never going to be at Hell in a Cell. They might also have moved it because of AEW having an MMA fight, and maybe they just want something. Because perhaps the SmackDown show just did not look strong enough. Perhaps it just because it was a go-home and perhaps just didn't look like it had what it needed to have. And so maybe they made a late decision to move one of the matches and they've gone with that one. So, I don't know. It's definitely a weird one. It's not something that I'm used to seeing them do, to be honest. Uso versus Uso. Sammy versus Kevin. Seth Cesaro would all look great. Austin says Tommy End should just go back to the beginning. Tommy Beginning. There you go. You should definitely send that to him, Austin. That's a good idea you've had there. Tell him that this isn't... Hey, Tommy, stop thinking this is the end. Start calling yourself Tommy Beginning. Tommy New Beginning. Tommy New Beginning. Savannah said, I want Dolph versus Robert Roode versus Sami Zayn #1 contender match for the Universal Championship. Slim Jim said, I think John McEnroe as a special guest referee would be fantastic. Do you know what? That would be awesome. If it had some kind of tennis connection, that would be cool. If they could get Serena Williams, that'd be awesome. She's a massive star. Absolutely huge. You know, I don't know that she would do it, but... Or even if she's free. But, like, if there was a way of getting, like, someone like that... I don't know, perhaps there's like a big American name, like John McEnroe, maybe, you know, that would be good enough. But, yeah, I think that would be great. It would be great as well if, like, some of the wrestlers came out in, like, tennis attire with tennis rackets. They could really take the mick out of Jim Cornette. Oh, isn't it perfect to take the mick out of Jim Cornette? Jim Cornette, famously a manager that always had a tennis racket. So, what if they bring Jim Cornette in to AEW at that show that's happening on a tennis court? You know, Jim Cornette comes out with his tennis racket. Oh, man, you would never have heard heat like it. The boos. I reckon some people might even get up and leave. Honestly, the AEW fans hate Jim Cornette. He'd never do it, but still. Can I get a shout out? Michael, shout out to you. Brad said, I'd rather see Anna Kournikova. Wouldn't we all? Serena Williams versus Nyla Rose. It would be the first time I would cheer for Nyla Rose. Why is there only going to be one Hell in a Cell match? You would have to ask Vince McMahon, my friend. Vince is the person that you need to ask. In fairness, they only tend to have a few, like a couple. Sometimes it can be... Have they done 3 before? I feel like this has been a talking point in the past. But they don't tend to do, like, every match Hell in a Cell. They only tend to do, like, 2, maybe 3. But 1 would be very unusual. But I don't think it would be. I think they would just replace it with something else, to be honest. Steven said, I think Dolph was one of the best baby faces since Shawn Michaels. That pop... when he beat Del Rio was incredible, absolutely. But they've just really not used him very well since then, have they? I mean, in 2014 at Survivor Series, with the whole Sting moment, that was epic. But I would really struggle to name many moments after that. So, like, 7 years? I would really struggle to name, like, great Dolph Ziggler moments. I don't know. It's just not... Just haven't really booked him very well. Would you love to see Roman and The Fiend inside Hell in a Cell? Not particularly, no. Days, you punched me. Can you punch yourself? No, you probably deserved it, Harley, in all fairness. Reese said football is coming home. Cornette is the only reason that AEW gets views, says XFL. Dax says, if Brock returns against Roman, when would they clash? Because I heard it was supposed to be Cena-Roman at SummerSlam. Yeah, I mean, I don't think they would bring Brock in to do that feud. I think they would bring him into feud with Bobby or Drew. So I think they would actually keep him away from Roman at the start. But I'm just saying, ultimately, it'd be good if he found his way on the same brand as Roman. But that might not be for a while. Days, what is the better match for TakeOver? Volta versus Balor or Volta versus Ilya, where he loses the match? Volta versus Balor. Because I don't think people would know who Ilya is, to be honest. I think the hardcore wrestling fans would know who he is. But SummerSlam is going to be so big that they're really going to be trying to attract that that kind of crowd, that casual crowd. And I don't even think that Volta will make that SummerSlam card. He wasn't on the WrestleMania card, and they don't tend to use him much on the main roster. He has made a few appearances, but that tends to be when they're over in the UK. So he might be on like a takeover that week, the SummerSlam takeover. But I think him against Balor would be bigger. So I'd go with that. Dylan said, what figure should I get? Hangman or Kenny Omega? Whoever you prefer. If you prefer Hangman, get Hangman. If you prefer Kenny, get Kenny. Do you think 2013, 2015 was best Ziggler? Probably, yeah. Probably. I can't really think of... When did he cash in? Was it 2012? I can't remember what year he cashed in, but it was around that time, wasn't it? The Izod Centre is where he did it. And it's one of my favourite ever cash-ins. I've actually watched that so many times. I loved it. I remember people were waiting for him to cash in at like WrestleMania and all this kind of stuff, and it's done the night after WrestleMania. And it is one of the best. I would say for me it might even be the best, but I know a lot of people would say Seth at WrestleMania 31. But I do love that Dolph Ziggler cash-in. Austin said, what was Bray's best year? I would say 2019. That's an interesting point. I would say 2019 is a good one. I mean, that's where we're getting the original Funhouse episodes, which were great. He didn't do many matches in 2019, though. That's the only problem. So, but he does the Funhouse. He does a decent match with Finn Balor. You do have the Hell in a Cell against Seth, which, people were pretty down on. And he didn't... I don't think he won the championship in 2019, did he? I think... Wasn't it the February of 2020 that he won the Universal? Oh, no. Maybe he lost the Universal in February. Was it the November one that he won the title and then he lost it in the February? He didn't have it for long, did he? I'm sure he won it in Saudi and then he lost it in... Did he win it and lose it in Saudi? I think he did, didn't he? He won it against Seth in Saudi, and then he lost it against Goldberg in Saudi. So, 2019 would have to be up there. It would be up there. I'd have to go back and look at his other years. I mean, 2014 was the year he debuted on the main roster. But that was near the end of the year. SummerSlam, I think, was his first proper match. So, I don't know if you'd be able to count much of that. So then I'd have to have a look, see what he did in 2015. 2015, I'm thinking, is his feud with Undertaker, with the new face of Fear, which was pretty good. But obviously he does lose that match, but it's not the end of the world, is it really? And when do we get, the Wyatt New Day matches as well? Wyatt and New Day, that was a hell of a feud. So, 2015 might not be the worst. I don't know. I'd have to sit down and have a look at it all. I'm the Legend Killer says, when are you going to go on a toy hunt again? Probably after the Euros. Right now, it's just really hard to get any time to do anything other than just sleep and survive. We're doing we did 2 games today. We watched 2 games today, including England-Scotland, that was disappointing. And... now we're doing 2 wrestling shows. Tomorrow we've got 2 games and UFC. It never stops. It never stops. But it will stop. 2018 was his worst year. 2017 was awful as well. 2016 was pretty good. 2015 was nah. 2014 was great till he lost to Cena. 2013 was pretty good as well. Was it 2013 that he came in? And 2014 was... Am I getting that slightly mixed up? So it's 2013 when he debuts at SummerSlam, and then 2014 is his first full year. Okay. Can I send you a picture of my Undertaker stuff? It depends if that wins, bud. If it wins, then absolutely. We've got 32 minutes, and there's only 5% in it now. So there's 5% in the poll. Currently, favourite wrestling merch is leading. Days, I'm excited for Raw. It's the 4-week build to Money in the Bank, and we should find out Bobby's next challenger. We should get some qualifying matches for the ladder match. Did anyone read that they're looking at doing a World Cup in WWE? I saw a report that said that they're looking at doing a World Cup, and it's going to involve NXT, Raw, and SmackDown, which I thought was quite interesting. Austin said 2013 was when he made his debut. 2014 was when he became a star. Fight in the Shield, Bryan and Cena, but the Cena loss really hurt him. Yeah, but even if you look at 2019, I think ultimately that Hell in a Cell loss against Seth hurt him as well. I feel like that was the first time people were like, nah, they've ruined this. That was because up until then, everyone seemed to be, everyone was on board. I didn't see any negative stuff against The Fiend. But then as soon as we got to that Hell in a Cell, that was the first time I saw some negativity. So, I don't know, it could be. I mean, I would say 2019 was up there. LSW said, I would be down for a WWE World Cup. Dak said, where do you vote? It's you got half an hour, and it's on the Wrestling Days Twitter account. It's from yesterday. It's from 18th of June. A World Cup with all American wrestlers. Oh, do you remember that? Oh, yeah. Do you remember that? They did it, didn't they, in Saudi? That was amazing. That was absolutely amazing. Oh, to do a World Cup and only include one nation of wrestlers. If that doesn't sum up WWE, I don't know what does. Yeah, well remembered. Days, there's a World Cup supposed to be a big tournament. How would that work? Well, to be honest, it's something I've said I would love to see with King of the Ring. I've said I would include everyone. I think if you're going to have King of the Ring, the only people I wouldn't have in it would be the two champs. Because I think if they go out, like, does it diminish them as champions? I kind of think they should be exempt. So I think currently Bobby and Roman wouldn't be in it, but everyone else would. And I think mid-card champions, fine, put them in. Tag champs, yep, put them in. I would put every single male wrestler in a tournament, and if that tournament is takes up all the matches on all the shows for a month, what's the problem? You could do loads of first round matches, loads of second round matches. Every match would have a purpose. You could get some really great storylines that come out of it and really help the rest of the year. You'd obviously then have a big grand champion, and that big grand champion would be. They'd have a mega push. They've just won a tournament that's included every male wrestler. So I would do it as a random draw. I think you could do a really fun draw. I mean, imagine Volta versus Sami Zayn. Just completely random draw. It's not like NXT or have to fight amongst themselves and SmackDown fight amongst them. Let's mix this up. Mix it up. We do a big draw, and you pick out the names and you get the matches. You might have to do the draw 1 week and then the matches are the next week, because of course if it is Volta versus Sami Zayn, well, we need to get Volta over. But so if you leave a week to do it, I understand logistically that could be a bit of a nightmare, but actually you could have done it really easily right now. Right now they're not on the road. Right now, they're in Florida. Right now, NXT, SmackDown, and Raw are all in the same place. They're all in Florida. And you could easily... There's no house shows. So you could easily have done that tournament. That tournament could have took up June or May. And it could have been awesome. And you would have had a grand champion. And who knows, it might have been one of the only opportunities to have done it. Because of the fact that there's no house shows, they're only doing the TV shows. All of those 3 shows are in the same area. It's not as if you've got to fly people all across the country, because Raw's in LA and SmackDown's in New York, and that would have been awesome. So I think if they are going to do a World Cup in the future, they'll probably have to keep it within the brands. So they'll probably end up doing a little tournament on NXT that involves 8 superstars. Winner goes through to a final or something. They'll do the same on Raw. They'll do the same on SmackDown, and then maybe there's a triple threat or something. Maybe it'll just be something like that. But I think this is what I'm saying, go big or go home. I really think that you could do some massive stuff that's really, really interesting. So, Anna, shout out to you. Oh. Anna says, PW Stream reporting Carrion is having a trial match before SmackDown because they are looking for new talent to freshen up the main roster. Doesn't make any sense, does it? I mean, they've got a developmental brand. I don't know. It's weird, isn't it? He's in their own company. He's in their own company. They're building him up to get him ready for like Raw and SmackDown, and you know he's the champion, and he goes to Takeover, but yet he's having a trial match. It's very strange. It's not a big deal. Like maybe they're pretty much set on him, and they just want to work out a few things, and just like, yeah, come up, we'll have a look at your entrance, we'll have a have a look, see how you do in the ring, see if you're hitting your spots and whatnot. So maybe it's just something like that. Maybe it's not a tryout. Maybe it's more just we're going to have a look at you kind of a thing, and you're pretty much getting called up, but let's bring you in and get you having a word with Vince and blah, blah, blah. Otherwise, it's very weird, isn't it? Does seem a bit strange. Anna, can you do a super chat and say Volta versus Keith Lee, tell Days? I've seen it. Volta versus Keith Lee would be really cool. I mean, we need to see where Keith Lee is, don't we? We need to see where what's happening with Keith Lee, because he is not around at the moment, and hopefully he's all right. Haven't heard of what the issue is, but he certainly missed, and he did say that he was looking forward to telling us what was wrong as well. So we'll find out one day, hopefully soon, and hopefully everything's okay. But we don't need to hope any longer, because we are going over to SmackDown for what is going to be a massive main event. Big main event tonight. So let's change over the clock. Alright, stop. Start. Days, why'd you say Volta and not Walter? Because he pronounces it that way as well. Whenever he talks, that's how he says it's pronounced. Plus also, in like Austria and Germany, the W's are pronounced as V's. But I have heard commentators saying it both ways, but I just go with how he says it. Right. So we're just seeing Ray. Miss Clown 1, good night, my friend. See you tomorrow. So we've got a video package to start the show that's showing us Ray, Dominic, Roman. There might be a transitional Hell in a Cell match. A story could unfold that might lead to a mental match at a pay-per-view. Days, like, imagine the first round you get Seth and Johnny, Roman and Shinsuke on Monday, and then on Tuesday you get Volta and Sheamus. Yeah, it'd be great. It'd be really cool. So we're just seeing last week's segment. WWE trying to pull Roman from Hell in a Cell. As of right now, the reason is unknown. I acknowledge you, and we just saw that kendo stick getting slid into the ring. And obviously there was the brawl between Roman and Ray after this. We're just seeing this, so we're just getting a real recap on what happened last week. Ray should be destroyed by Roman, says Lone Star Friend. I heard the USA Network is mad because SmackDown is having the Cell match, says Nelson. There was Dominic being thrown to the outside. That was cool. That was shot so well. so well with the way that Dominic's like thrown. So Dominic's down. Ray grabs a hold of him. We haven't heard like a medical update on Dominic. Hell in a Cell is this Sunday. Hell in a Cell WWE game. Did they replay it? They replayed it, yeah. There is... Are we starting with it? Yeah, that main event. A hell, for the first time in network television history, a Hell in a Cell match on Friday Night Smackdown. So, Rey must... I mean, it is exciting, isn't it? It is exciting. In a way, it's also a really good way to promote the pay-per-view. Like, you like this match? We got more of this on Sunday. Get over to Peacock. I hope this match is really, really good. I hope it is really, do you know, one of them matches of the year. Do you remember when we had Daniel Bryan and AJ Styles for the Intercontinental Championship? And a lot of people were saying that was the match of the year last year. I really hope this is that level. It's eating me up inside. I can't wait any longer. So, Ray wanted the match at SmackDown. Sunday, Friday, any day makes no difference to me. It'll be my pleasure to disgrace what is left of your family name tomorrow inside Hell in a Cell. My special counsel, Heyman, will handle the paperwork personally. So the cage is like halfway lowered. It's a bit weird. I don't know, why haven't they dropped it all the way? Is it so we can still see Ray or something? So it's kind of like hanging above him. Ray in black. Ray said he's feeling pain, he's feeling hurt. He must have watched England, Scotland. A promo inside the cell, says LSW. Something weird has got to happen here. I don't think so. This is going to be the main event, so they're just showing you the cell. And, you know, Roman might come out, but it's all just building up for the main event tonight. He's talking about how Dominic was in his arms as a baby and he used to help get him off to sleep, and how Roman tossed him out the ring like a bag of bricks. I'll never forget the man who did this to him. I can't wait for Roman to hurt Ray later. He says he can't wait one more day. He wants the match tonight. Imagine if they fight on the roof, little Ray. Imagine if he does like a head scissors off the roof. I can't wait for Roman to beat Ray. Hayden said, what an interesting promo. So he seems to be calling for Roman. We're waiting for Roman to come out. Imagine Roman spearing him off the cell. They ain't going to do this yet. The steps are still there. They're lowering the cell. So, Rey Mysterio asking for... yeah, Michael Cole is still saying it's going to be the main event. The cell is lowered. Looks cool. Shouldn't that cell be blue for SmackDown? It's red for Raw. The cell is a traitor. So after making Rey wait, Roman is coming out. Does he show the matches? We can't show the matches here, no, but it should be on free TV. I think, what's it on in America? Fox. Is that free? I don't even know if that's free. I have no idea. That mask makes him look like old school Rey Mysterio, says Stuttering Steve. Right, here comes Roman. Roman making his way out with Paul Heyman by his side. Roman looks awesome, doesn't he? He does look like a fantastic professional wrestler. Imagine Roman and Carrion. Oh. Roman said, I don't want to hurt you. You're not ready for this? You don't want to be locked in there with me? You think what I did to your son was bad? That was PG compared to what I'll do to you. Are you sure you want to do this? Eric Defcon Prime Origi said the weekly shows need more matches like this. Main event caliber matches each week. And 2, Dominic is a man. He's 24 years old. Is he 24? Flip. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to matches like this, I don't know if I'd do these every week. The only reason I say it is because it might just lose its impact. Like, this is so special because you never see it. But, like, if they were to give us something every month, that could be cool. Like, this could have been built for a few weeks. In fact, this has had no build at all. This was meant to be happening on Sunday. So, Roman just said, I tried to do it your way, Paul. I tried to be diplomatic. And he hands him the microphone and he walks away. History tonight. Paul Ray, his match has been demoted to TV. Walking out like a boss, says Nobfreeze. Has anyone heard that Cross Reed could be backstage? Yes. Dominic is older than Days. He is, you're right, Heather. Oh my god, you're right. Dominic's a boomer? Dominic is a boomer. In fairness, he looks older than me, though. Right, we're just hearing now about Commander Aziz. So, we're done with that little opening thing, and now we've got Commander Aziz and Apollo. This is going to build towards a tag match. Ray is trying to get out. Did you see him, like, checking? Was he trying to open the door, or was he just checking the structure? I don't know. Right. Let's not praise it until we've seen it. Apollo and Aziz versus Big E and Kevin Owens. That's the match we've got now. The reason Dominic doesn't look 24 because of how skinny he is. He should try putting on some size. I bet no one expected that segment to be good. What a surprise. I can't believe they had a good segment, says Harley. Glenn, shout out to you. Commander Aziz's ring debut, let's go, says Heather Total Drama. Alex said, so the Cena and Dean versus Seth, Kane and Randy in a Hell in a Cell match on Raw in 2014 didn't count. Wasn't dubbed as a Hell in a Cell, but the cell was lowered shortly into it. I don't know. I think... how did he word it? I don't know if he said the first network television match. Was it on SmackDown? Or... I don't know if he said first network match overall or what how he actually worded it. But we know that WWE is quite sketchy on the past. You know what I mean? If it didn't happen like the past couple of weeks, it just didn't happen. What's your thoughts on Paul Heyman taking shots at Raw? I haven't seen him taking shots at Raw. I don't blame him. If he's taking shots on Raw, can I join him? That would be my thoughts. What a goat. Just continues to be the GOAT. The Raw Underground monster. What was his name? Dabba-Kato. Heather said Dominic should have bulked up ages ago. It's not going to happen. Dominic has a baby face like me, says Austin. He needs a beard to look older. Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't believe me. If you saw me without a beard, you'd be like, oh my God, are you 16? And I'd be like, no, guys, I've told you I'm 21. You wouldn't believe... me without a beard, you just wouldn't believe. It's the beard that makes me look older. But instead of 21. But if he did that, then, you know... I think Dominic, because he's 24, if he did that, he'd actually look 40. Do you know what I mean? So, he should grow a beard. And he should grow some muscles. Days, Roman versus Cross or Volta versus Brock. Roman versus Cross or Volta versus Brock. Roman versus Brock. I would... I don't know. I'd love both. I think Roman Cross would be a bigger spectacle. I think Roman's bigger than Brock is. In WWE terms. And I think there's nothing bigger than Roman right now, so Roman Cross, I'd go with that. But Volta Brock would probably be more appealing to me personally. I just think that Cross Roman would probably interest more people. Days, in one of the Talking Smacks, he said, I saw the Drew and Bobby thing. I mean, I didn't watch the show. No one watches the show. I just watched the highlights. Nice. Legend. Dominic was born in 1997. Days is 21. I thought you was 14. It was a great open, says James. It was good. Yeah, it's good. Days, does Heyman have room to talk? When he ran Raw, it wasn't good. Yes, but if it hasn't happened in the past couple of weeks, did it ever happen? The same rule applies. So, according to Paul Heyman, he can't remember if he ran Raw or not. He can't remember if it was good or not. So, yeah, same rule applies. Days, what are your predictions? What, for Hell in a Cell? Dude, there's only 4 matches. There's not really much to predict. I mean, it's Hell in a Cell, so, you know, it's got a bit more about it than WrestleMania Backlash, but I'm not expecting any new champs. currently. I don't know. I don't know if there's... I don't think it's... It's not one that's getting my pulse racing at the moment. Not considering, like, Roman is my favourite thing on SmackDown and one of my favourite things in WWE. And now it looks like he's not going to be on that show. We're getting that match tonight, which I'm not complaining about. It makes tonight great, but definitely takes away from Sunday. So I'll be interested to see what they put in its place. Because we can't just have 4 matches. Can we? Surely not. There's rumours that Roman is turning face before SmackDown. How can that happen? He's not turning face. Vince ruined Raw, not Paul. Vince ripped up the scripts, says Crazy Ginger Jake Hold'em. But Spark said the opening was alright. It kept me awake. I suppose that's good. Days been hit in the face. Got a black spot on the right side of his face. Oh, I think it's just a spot. I don't think it's a black spot, is it? No, it's not a black spot. It looks that way from a distance. I think it's because I've been picking at it. So yeah, might be all the Haribo I've been eating. I've been eating like Haribo just to stay awake during the matches, the football matches. Been drinking coffee, eating Haribo, just for like sugar rush. I think it's now giving me a spot. There's a blemish. Right, we've got Kevin Owens and Big E. Big E is still in like New Day mode, isn't he? So Big E coming out, he was still doing the feel the power thing with Kayla. Days, you need to visit the WWE makeup department. Did you see what they did to Vince when The Undertaker retired? Flip. Right, here comes Kevin Owens. Days, today is the 4-year anniversary of Randy losing the title to Jinder Mahal. Days, what is your favourite alcoholic beverage? Oh, I don't know, you know. I do like whiskey and Coke. I like rum and Coke. Bit of Captain Morgan's. Spiced rum and Coke. Oh, beautiful. Rum and Coke, whiskey and Coke. Budweiser's alright. That's probably the standard. If I'm going to a barbecue, I'd have a bottle of Bud or something. Yeah, that really. I probably don't get too adventurous. I don't sit here with like pina coladas. Although I should. Wait a minute. If the title is being defended, then who is Reigns facing at Hell in a Cell? Says David Hall. We don't know. We don't know. We don't know what match is going to replace it. There's a few matches that we think might replace it, could replace it, but we don't actually know what matches are going to replace it. So, yeah, we are building our way towards that massive main event. And honestly, that match, they're going to have to give it time. So, what with the adverts, I would imagine that an hour, maybe an hour and 5 minutes, something like that, then we should be getting underway. I'm giving the show an 8.8 just because of the main event, says William. Would you like to see Sammy turn into Generico? I can't say I'm desperate for it. I don't know if that would work that well on the main roster. It might do. I suppose in a way it's a little bit like Owen Hart becoming Blue Blazer. So if he does, you know, bring back El Generico, then it might be all right. But I don't know. I think what he's doing at the moment is fine. It'll be a rematch, says Michael. Harley said, I don't mind any of the 3 replacements that we talked about. They would all be great. Yeah. Days, have you ever been drunk on a live stream? No. Well, 100% no, but I'm trying to think if I've ever even had a drink on the live stream. I can't remember. I might have. Yeah, I think I have. I feel like I've had a beer once. I think I've had a beer once, guys. But yeah, no, I've never been drunk. I've been ill. Oh my god. Do you remember? It was like a month or so ago. Wasn't that WrestleMania Backlash? I think it was WrestleMania Backlash. I was so ill. Felt really rough. Austin said, Days was drunk. He ended up at my house. That wasn't me. And actually, it was you that was drunk. You were drunk. You were so drunk, you thought it was me that ended up at your house. It was just like an old man from the park down the road. And you kept shouting, it's Days at him. I know, he sent me an email. That was funny when you was ill. Was it funny when I was ill? Was it? I think he is dead. F in the chat, says Harley. I'm on Fox, but they're showing the news. I don't know, is Smackdown shown at the same time everywhere? If you're like on the West Coast, it might not have started yet. Michael said, are you going to pull Otis and cut the beards? No, he's a traitor. Otis is a traitor to the beard community. I'm not going to do that. I wouldn't do that to you guys. Unrelated, but have you ever been to a Paul McCartney concert? No, I haven't, you know. I'd love to go. I've never been to a Paul McCartney. I've never seen any of the Beatles live. Even when, like, George Harrison was alive. But I do like Paul McCartney. I like some Wings. I'm not a massive fan of Wings, but I do like the Band on the Run album. And there's even some of his solo work that I enjoy, but I think by and large, like, he's done some decent stuff, but pretty much vast majority, 99% of his best stuff seems to be with either Wings or the Beatles. His solo career has been a bit underwhelming. Although he did release a new album, didn't he? Like McCartney 3, was it? Which might be... I haven't heard that yet. But equally, I haven't heard great reviews of it, so that makes me think it's probably not worth listening to. But we actually had a brief conversation on the Wrestling Escape pod about McCartney and Lennon and the Beatles and whatnot. It's kind of interesting, because I am really into music, and I do like the Beatles. So... It was kind of interesting, because it was McCartney's birthday yesterday. So... I've never been. Eric Defcon Prime Dorigi says Sami Zayn is a ginger ranking base Santa Claus. I don't know what any of those words mean. Not a single word. I don't know what they mean. A ginger ranking base Santa Claus. Days, have you watched Smallville? I haven't. No. What wrestling decade was the best? My vote would be the 90s, says James Phillips. Yeah, I think my vote would be the 90s. I suppose I'm biased because that's when I started watching. But I just think you've got WCW, you've got the Attitude Era, you've got Hogan obviously around, you've got Warrior, you've still got Macho, you've got, the start of Raw, Nitro, ECW. Like, it's hard to argue with the 90s. 80s is cool because obviously you've got the NWA, and you've still got like Ric Flair being NWA champion. You've still got the territories, or a good chunk of them. You got WrestleMania, the start of that. Hulkamania, the start of that. The Rock and Wrestling as well. I mean, you got to remember that was huge in the 80s. Absolutely huge. You had the cartoon on TV. You get the figures for the first time with LJNs. AWA is still around. The wrestling is like in a good place in the 80s. It's in a better place in the 80s than it is in the 90s until you get to the Attitude Era. And then once you get to the Attitude Era, obviously, boom, big explosion again. But yeah, wrestling's in a good place in the 80s. I mean, some people might even go back to like the 70s. Some majority of people might go 2000s with Ruthless Aggression and whatever, but I think I'd be there. I think I'd be with you on the 90s. Is it me, or did Commander Aziz take his outfit off of M. Bison from Street Fighter? It is very M. Bison-y, yes. Rankin Bass is a 1970s cartoon. Claymation. I have never heard of it. I've never seen it. I've never heard of it. I'm fairly confident that you've made it up. Only just saw that Cody and Brandy have had their baby. Oh, have they? That's nice. Have they named it Marco Stunt Ina? It's a girl, isn't it? Little Marco Stuntina. Days, what is your favourite Beatles song? Mine is I Wanna Hold Your Hand. We spoke about this earlier today. I swear, we're just in a conversation loop now. I'm just living in a Groundhog Day. Mine would probably be The Long and Winding Road. I can put that song on and it can just hit me in the feels. The Long and Winding Road. It's a fantastic song. But I do love Hey Jude and Day in the Life as well. The last track on Sgt. Pepper's. That's Day in the Life. Love that track. There's some good stuff on the White Album as well. I think Blackbird's on the White Album. And While My Guitar Gently Weeps. It's hard, innit? There's so many. But I'll stick with Long and Winding Road. It's the first one that came to mind. Forearm strikes by Owens on Commander Aziz. Commander Aziz steps over the top rope. Charges over at Kevin Owens. Owens pulls down that top rope. Commander Aziz pulls Owens out the ring, hurls him into the ring post, and Owens goes down. Days, you called my bluff. I'm here watching wrestling. I knew it. Gotcha. Shout out to you, William. We've all been there, William. I'm not going to watch wrestling. Forget it. Not watching wrestling until this person comes back. Not watching wrestling until it improves. Not watching wrestling until that. But we're always there, aren't we? We're always there. Commander Aziz pins Kevin Owens, and well done to him. His mother will be very proud. So, Sami Zayn provided a distraction, and Kevin Owens is now being beaten up by Commander Aziz. Days, Dean Ambrose and Renee Young have had a baby. Everyone's having babies. Yeah, but they cheated on My Guitar Gently Weeps because Eric Clapton played the guitar solo. They still wrote it though, didn't they? Sami Zayn says, look at this. This is the site of karmic justice. So we're seeing Kevin Owens struggling to breathe. Sami Zayn said he can do this forever. He can cause this kind of carnage forever. Is it going to be them two that will have a match? Think a very angry Kevin Owens is going to demand a match against Sami. Sami is backstage, kissing the screen whilst Kevin Owens is rolling around in pain. He's loving it. Right, King Corbin. Days, can I get a shout out? I'm the Legend Killer. Shout out to you. Can someone help Kevin Owens, says Macy. It's a good point. That's a really good point. We're all sitting here watching as Kevin Owens is like rolling around in absolute agony. That's a really good point. Why is no one helping him? Where's the EMTs? Where's the EMTs? The battle for the crown. Nakamura versus King Corbin. That's what the match is called. The Battle for the Crown. It's big. It's big, guys. It's big. Really pushing that crown match. This is ridiculous. Well, why are you watching, will you? Battle for the crown. Justice for Corbin. What is Randy's greatest achievement in WWE? Keeping his job after failing the wellness policy so many times. After being suspended so many times. Still being employed is his greatest achievement. Because he was a little troublemaker. He's not been the easiest person to get along with at times. So I'd say that's his greatest achievement. All joking aside, his longevity might be one of his greatest achievements. But, you know, Dolph Ziggler's got longevity as well. There's longevity and then there's longevity, isn't there? Orton has had a very successful career, whereas Dolph just hasn't had the same opportunities. Only the world's greatest detective, Sherlock Holmes, can solve a mystery as to what happened to Keith Lee. Days, have you heard that WWE have filed a trademark for the name Dowdrup for Pippa Niven? Macy Vale, shout out to you. I have heard that news about Dowdrup, yes. Guys, if you're suffering from Dowdrup, you can actually get a really good shampoo. So all you have to do is just once a day wash with it, and then you won't have Dowdrup anymore. So I think they sell it on WWE Shop, actually. It's anti-Dowdrup shampoo. So, yeah. Look after yourselves, guys, yeah. You've got to look after yourselves, because if you don't do it, who will? Dowdrup! Ha 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 ha! Days, Cody and Brandy have named their kid Liberty. Oh my god, I thought it said library. I'm not joking, you can look it up. I thought it said library. And then, like, that'd be amazing. Oh my god, if you called a kid library, and it started screaming, you could just go shh, like this. And they could bring in Leva Bates as the librarian to, like, look after it. Shh. Quiet. Just point at the sign in the nursery that says no crying. No noise. Okay. Do you know what, Legendary Buchanan? The fact that it's not library means that Liberty has actually now just become a slightly better name. So, there we go. And could you imagine, if the baby was, like, crawling around, you could be like, oh, look, it's a mobile library. You're 18 now. You're 18 now, so that makes you an adult library. Can someone have a kid and call it library? I think this is the greatest idea in the world. Days, you should eat some Popeyes. It's good. I don't think we have Popeyes over in the UK, I'm afraid. Sorry. If they had 2 more kids, they could call it Justice and Equality. Yes, for all. These kids are for all. Liberty, justice, and equality. For all. Have you ever had baby pee in your eyes whilst changing a diaper? I can't say I have. I have had some pretty wild weekends, but I've never had that. Here's Kevin Owens. He's found Sonya and Adam Pearce. And he's going to say, give me a match. Give me a match. Give me Sami Zayn. You've got your match on Sunday. Adam Pearce says you've got your match on Sunday. Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn. Hell in a Cell. Right. The battle for the crown. Here's Rick Boogs. Rick Boogs. Shredding away. I feel like Kevin Owens is overselling, to be honest. Alright, Nakamura. Nakamura! I have no idea how that noise was made. I have no idea where that noise came from. I don't know where that noise came from. But as soon as I started doing it, I was like, I'm not quitting on it now. I might never be able to make that noise again. I might never be able to make that sound again. So, as a result, I was like, I am committed to this. I was fully on board. R.I.P. headphone users. R.I.P. I wish I could do that on command. Let's go! Yeah! That scream was unreal. I know. WTF was that? I don't know what that was. That is not a noise I've ever made before in my life. When have you ever heard me? I just I went for something. I just went for it. And then all of a sudden I found myself in a completely different place. But I was like, well, seeing as we're here, we might as well make ourselves at home. And I stuck with it. Oh, shoot for the moon, guys. Shoot for the moon. If you don't land on the moon, you can play amongst the stars. Days, you broke my my ears are bleeding. My ears are ringing now. I don't know what it was, but I was here for it. Oh no, he's going to teach my dad that. Hayden says, I was not expecting that scream. No one else was expecting that scream. No one was expecting that scream. Days went for it, and he got it. Right, here we go. Battle for the crown. Was that squeaky Daisy? Kind of was a bit squeaky, wasn't it? I don't know whether to be proud of it or ashamed of it, or I really don't know. But either way, I went for it. Sorry to headphone users. Right. Nakamura and Corbin. Battle for the crown. Roll up on Nakamura. Going Go said there's been rumours that Dominic is going to turn heel. Maybe he attacks Ray and says, I'm tired of you protecting me. What are your thoughts? For your information, Triple T is the hacker. Yeah, that is I don't know, I don't want to get into it. All I can tell you is that he's telling me that he isn't. He's telling me that he isn't, and that he's got a different phone to where the messages have been, the screenshots have come from, and I don't want to get into it. But Dominic will turn heel. Maybe he attacks Ray and says, I'm tired of I'm fine with them doing that. Who's tag champs? Is it still the Mysterios? If it's still the Mysterios, then they need to... They can't split them then, can they? Because they've got the belts. If it's not... I can't remember who the tag champs are. I think it's the Mysterios. If it is the Mysterios, they're not going to be able to split them. If it isn't the Mysterios, then they might be able to do it. Days, do you like baseball? It's okay. I went and saw it live, and I didn't quite understand it, to be honest. And I've never watched it on TV, so I'm literally basing it on one game that I went to. You sounded like a deflating balloon. Yep. Well, you should hear me when Raw's on. Shola said, Paul sang on Talking Sat that this Father's Day match is more creative than anything Raw writers could think of. It was brilliant. Fourth wall break plus insult. If sheep would have heard that noise, the cause of death would have been solved. Is WWE on tonight? It is, and you've missed 43 minutes. 43 minutes. Why did Roman start using a submission move? It's cool, isn't it? I suppose he just wanted to mix it up. He's got new entrance music. He's got a slightly different attire, so perhaps he just didn't want anything that was as cool as perhaps the spear and the Superman punch is just seen as a bit cool. He didn't want to have to. He's a heel, so he doesn't want to stand in the corner doing the. Do you know what I mean? That's a bit like. Don't know. Perhaps like people would think it was cool and they'd join in, and I don't know. So perhaps they just wanted to do something that wasn't as cool, and this kind of submission move maybe is. Something they thought would be, a bit more heelish. It's been 43 minutes. How? Daze, can you do the screeching thing again and then sing Hit Row? Dude, I love the fact you think that I was in control of that little screechy noise there. That had nothing to do with me. That was absolute luck. Absolute luck. Never expect that again. Sonny says, I'm sorry that I'm late. Well, young lady, is it good enough? That's the question. Oh my god, Dominic attacking Ray could be true because we still don't know who attacked Ray from a few weeks ago. Salary said, what has happened tonight? Please respond. Not much. In all fairness, there's been one match, and in that match, Owens lost because Sami Zayn distracted, and now it's going to be Owens versus Zayn at Hell in a Cell. What's the cage hanging down for? What's the cage hanging down for? I don't know what that means. Right now, I'm just looking at WWE going back on the road, a little advert. So I haven't seen if they've moved the cage at all. Vape Ross Vape said, I've changed all my passwords to Kenny. Now I have Kenny logins. Nice. Right, we're underway with this match. We are underway with Nakamura and Corbin. This is the battle for the crown, my friends. The battle for the crown. They should have had, like, the Queen as, like, special guest referee. Daze, I just clipped the scream and I've tagged you on Twitter. Thank you. I will gladly retweet that, and this will hopefully upset many people on Twitter. Moldy Spoon said, some call it weird. I call it pure talent. The noise you make when it's time for Monday Night Raw. Boom, retweeted. Spawn times Burton. I wonder what that equals. Spurton. Says, shout out Days. Thanks once again for what you do. Do you mean the noise thing? Because you are welcome. Who are you pulling for between Corbin and Nakamura? Nice screech, by the way. Thanks. Who am I pulling for? I'm pulling for Shinsuke. I know that Austin is rooting for Corbin, but I kind of feel like maybe Corbin could move away from King Corbin now and go on to something different. And maybe Nakamura would look cool with a crown. I don't know. So I'm going to go with Nakamura. And maybe this will be the start of something different for King Corbin. Days, this is the very first WWE show that you've watched. What is the very first show? Survivor Series 92. Survivor Series 92 was the first show that I ever saw. It was a video recording that my cousin made. And I'd never seen... Imagine never seeing wrestling before. I'd never seen wrestling. I didn't know I didn't know what wrestling was. I'd never seen it. I'd never flicked on TV and come across it. It was just completely alien to me. And you look at it and it looks like a sport. And you're like, okay. And you're watching it and there's all these big characters and... Well, you know, the same reasons that we all get into it. But, yeah, Survivor Series 92. And then I was like, oh my god, my life has now changed forever. I need more. I need more of this. Where do I get more of this? And so then, yeah, I'd go to Car Boots and get them from Car Boots. And it's awesome. I remember getting WrestleMania 5. WrestleMania 5 was one of the first videos that I got. And I just hammered that. All of them. I just hammered them all. What's cool is I might actually even still be able to find, because nothing gets thrown away around here, I might even be able to find that original Survivor Series 92 tape that started it all. Could you imagine if I could find it? That exact tape that started it all. I reckon there's a very good chance we still have it. What year was you born? I was born in the year 2000. Days, that wasn't a scream, that was a squeal. Alright. Can't we just say scream? Because if we say it was a squeal, then it doesn't really make me seem that manly, does it? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's really important that I come across as, like, really cool. I need to come across as really popular and cool. So, can we just say it was a scream? Like Ozzy or something. Oh, he's hit the Kinshasa. I didn't think he was going to connect with it, but he connects with it and he wins. Nakamura wins the crown, the Battle of the Crown. We've had Rumble in the Jungle, the Thriller in Manila, and it is Nakamura that wins the Battle of the Crown. Shinsuke Nakamura. Shinsuke Nakamura. We've got a new king. Do the squeal. You mean the scream. All hail Naking Mora. All hail Naking Mora. I think he's crying. It looked like there was it might be sweat actually, but I saw something running down his face. It looked like he was crying. Oh, where's my crown? Boo-hoo-hoo. Here we go. Look, Shinsuke Nakamura on the throne with the crown being put on his head. Yeah, come on. My name's Baron Corbin and I've only got one fan and he's called Austin. King Nakamura should win Money in the Bank. Poor Corbin's gonna cry. Hey, here she is. Look, the EST. What a lovely lady. What a lovely lady she is. Smiling, swinging her hair. I'm pretty sure she wouldn't walk down the hall like that, would she? Does she walk down the hall just like swinging her hair around like this? Maybe she does. Do you like AJ Styles' theme song? Sure. Yes. I actually do. I know that really sounded like I was being patronising, but I do. Vape Ross Vape said, my dad told me his password is Mickey, Minnie, Goofy, Dolphy, Pluto, Huey, Louie, Dewey, because he was told his password had to contain 8 characters and at least 1 capital. Tell you what, you've got a lot of password jokes, haven't you, Vape Ross Vape? If ever I need a password joke, I know where I'm going. Popping round your house. Get ready, the cringe laugh is coming. J14 says, oh, Bailey is next. Who's going to win Money in the Bank? Will it be Big E, says Sir David Robert Wood. I hope so. I hope so. This will be good. The EST needs to win, says Laurie. Bailey, in my opinion, has actually been a great heel, says Immortal Garrison. Let him in, said, if my hair was that long, I'd play with it as well. That is true, actually. That is true. Because otherwise, it might just drag on the floor. So perhaps you would just walk down. Perhaps, I don't even know, perhaps it helps move you a bit easier. You know, like how a helicopter... Now a helicopter helps move a helicopter forward. Perhaps like if you're walking down doing that, just slightly easier helps you get down the corridor. And if you do it reverse, you could like slowly go backwards. I don't know, perhaps... Imagine if that worked. Oh my god. You wouldn't even need any effort to walk. That would just be amazing. You just go down the corridor, swinging your hair around. That'd be the best. That'd be the best. Days just got kicked out of the Thunderdome. Why? I don't know. Do you like the voices around his theme? Yeah. I want more fake laughing. So, well, you're gonna get loads. LSW says probably. Probs. Why did Corbin win King of the Ring that time? Now he's lost his crown. Because content. That's why. I got hired at the Guillotine Factory. I'll be heading there soon. Oh my god, did you get like an awful joke book or something, Vape Ross Vape? Is it your birthday? Where have all these jokes come from? Austin said, by the way, Days, for making fun of Corbin for crying, I'm going to remember that if England loses. Wow. Earlier felt like a defeat. So excited earlier. My little heart got broken earlier. Only a little. But still. I can't believe they kicked me out of the Thunderdome. I was going to cheer AEW. That's probably why, Johnny. I'm here. What have I missed on the show so far? CM Punk. CM Punk came out. It was incredible. It came out with AJ Lee. And he's like, I own SmackDown now. And then Vince came down to the ring and he was like, what are you doing here? Get out of my ring. And he was like, you might want to have a word with the Fox executives, Vince, because they have actually put me in charge of the wrestling division at Fox, which means I'm your line manager now. And it was wild. Oh my god, it was absolutely insane. Triple H came out, he was fuming. Proper kicked off. So that settled down. Obviously, we need to see how it all plays out, but it's going to be wild. Punk returns. Yep. I got hit in the head earlier with a can of soda. I was lucky that it was a soft drink. Here's Belair. Belair making her way down. She looks great, doesn't she? Probably in another costume that she's made. Do you think she just hates... Do you think Belair just hates ironing and washing? So every day she just makes her own new costume. She's like, I'm going to wear this now. Why don't you just wash that one? No, I can't be bothered. I'll just make this one. We're seeing last week, Ding Dong. Hello. CM Punk was awesome. And Luthez was there as well. It's so great to see the legends, isn't it? It is so great to see the legends. There we go. A little fake laugh by Bianca. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. If CM Punk returned, I might actually cry. Well, start crying. Start crying. She's just always dancing, isn't she? Daisy, have you got any pets? Yeah, we got a dog called Kia, who is lovely and fat. I was arrested. Oh my god, it's another joke in it. I was arrested yesterday after neighbours complained about me playing Engelbert Humperdinck records all night. The police released me. They let me go. That's not going to... How many... Of all the people in the chat, do you think they really know Engelbert Humperdinck songs? Please release me, let me go. Okay. Okay, we got Bianca doing a promo. Speaking of bullies, Bailey, come on out. Speaking of bullies, come on out, Bailey. Okay. I didn't get that joke. Dave, you kind of look like Drew McIntyre, but with a white and grey beard. Immortal Garrison said, my neighbours complained, saying that they were being chased by my dogs on bikes. I told them that's crazy. My dogs don't even have bikes. This whole feud is built on hysterical laughs. It's dumb. Brony said, Bailey, don't come out, you jobber. Fake Ross Fate said, when I was young, my mum would tear out the last page of all my comics. She wouldn't tell me why. I had to draw my own conclusions. This doesn't really connect with me. I don't know what it is. But she's like, I've had to claw and fight to get my way here, and now I'm here, I'm loud and I'm proud and I'm me. This is all, it's just all a bit too nicey for me. Maybe there's like some young girls out there that are like, yes. Inside hell, in a cell. Belair wants Bailey inside hell, in a cell. You know what? But I bet you won't be laughing when I grab your hair and I drag your face all across every single side of the cell. Oh, no. You won't be laughing when I drag your face across all of the sides of the cell. First they try to ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, and then you win. Here comes Bailey. Vape Ross Vape said, my friend Joe recently went on the Dolly Parton diet. Love Dolly Parton. It really made Joe lean. Well, good to hear that it's worked for Joe. Here's Bailey. Double denim by Bailey. Goes, swings at Bianca. She pushes Bianca back. Kick to the midsection. Bailey with Bianca. Bailey gets thrown to the outside. Bailey down on the outside. Face first into the edge of that commentary table. Bailey crashes down. Bianca standing over Bailey. Over the barricade goes Bailey. Bailey has got the hair of Bianca, and Bianca gets pulled into that barricade. So we got a little brawl right now. These two will have a great match in Hell in a Cell. I'm I'm really looking forward to these two having a match would have been good anyway, but inside Hell in a Cell, this could be great. I'm into that. Bayley with a knee strike to the side of the head of Belair. Texas Tuxedo. Hair versus hair or no? Well, no. I mean, they haven't said hair versus hair. Hell in a Cell used to mean something. It used to be the blow-off. I'm tired of it just being a gimmick, says Cerebral Assassin. That's a good point. Bayley is standing on the hair of Belair. She's standing on Bianca Belair's hair. Oh, okay. All of the Thunderdome screens just went black, and now they've got Bayley standing there with the thing up, holding up the title. Why is it when Bayley does it, it's normal, but if like Alexa did it, that was supernatural? Do you know what I mean? I kind of feel like they're showing us there. Yeah, we can do this. We're in charge of doing this. This isn't a problem. We could do that. We can have Bayley on all these screens. Bayley has officially turned into Alexa. What's the difference between Abu Dhabi and Dubai? Dubai don't like the Flintstones, but Abu Dhabi do. Oh my god. I swear, you found some sort of website or... I don't know, is this a cry for help? Vape Ross Vape, are you alright? Did you like Eva Marie's return? Yes, I thought it was done well because she didn't wrestle. Days, do you think we will ever see Bayley versus Michael Cole? I hope so, Going Ghost. Going Ghost, I hope so. I really do want to see that match. I wanted to see them do something at WrestleMania. So I was very disappointed when that didn't like go that way. So yeah, I would love to see them do something at WrestleMania. Bianca needs new opponents other than Sasha and Bayley. Wow, if she can get over to Raw, she could have a match with Dowdrup. Couldn't she? Now that Dowdrup's here. If they don't start calling it the Kinshasa, I'll stop watching. That's good, Mo Jones. That's good. That's good. I hope Vape Ross Vape was taking notes. This might be an unpopular opinion, but Belair isn't nearly good enough to be on Bayley's level. Bianca is not a good champion so far, says Michael. AFG said, are you excited about WWE 2K22? Sure. Alpha says, do you do Raw live streams? Oh, my friend. I don't even know what streams we don't do anymore. Yes, we do Raw, we do NXT, we do AEW, we do pay-per-views, we do so much. We do so much. Dowdrup sounds like a creepy... It does, doesn't it? You are right. Dowdrup. Isn't that the guy that hangs around with Grimm's Toy Show? I hope GM mode happens, says Harley. Candy Bear said gasp. Gasp! Someone's written the word gasp! Oh my god, I love that. Oh, I love that. I'm going to write it. Gasp. I love that. Gasp. Hang on, I need to get back to the comment. I was distracted by a gasp. There was a gasp in the chat. Candy Bear Books says gasp. I love Bianca. She's fantastic. Gasp. Some gasping going on. The Roman is golden, the Roman story. Gasp. Days, do you like gummies? I do. I do. Can you say my name with an impression? What do you mean? Can you say my name with an impression? God damn it. John Anderson. Something like that. That's one of the weirdest requests ever, but I loved it. And no, I'm not going to start doing that for everyone. That was a one-time only thing. Hey, look, Roman is sat there. He's got his golden gauntlet. Kinky. Here's an Uso. Jimmy. What's Jimmy got to say for himself? Gasp. That was a good impression. I might not be 100 on everything you say. But we are blood. We are family. We are family. I've not heard from Jay all week. He swung by the crib. Roman, he says to Roman, if you need my help, I need your brother. Go find your brother. We need your brother. Our family is best when it's all together. I'm telling you, if Jay attacks Jimmy here or something like this, is going to be awesome. This will be awesome. Is that the Alpha Academy music? I don't think I've ever heard it. Here he is. Look at him. Oh, look at him. Look at Moody Otis. Look at Motis. Moody Otis making his way down. Really unimpressed. Like you don't look at Moody Otis and like, do you know what I mean? Oh yeah, tuck it. Like you don't look at that dude like, oh, he looks like such a throwback old school wrestler. I love this Otis. I really love this version of Otis. I wish we had a better ring attire for him, but I love this version of Otis. It's exactly what he needed. It's exactly what he needed. A refresh. A refresh. They've updated and reset Otis. What picture is that? Otis looks weird. I can't take Otis. See, I love it. I loved it. What insect has high cholesterol? A butterfly. Days, look at my tweet I've tagged you in with the volume up. I can't do that because of copyright, and I don't know what you've done. I can't take that risk. I know what you're doing, Sam. You're trying to shut me down. You're trying to silence me. Hang on. Who's facing Otis now? Who's facing Otis? This is the babiest baby face ever. Otis kind of reminds me of a bigger Kurt Hennig. I love it. I think he looks great. He reminds me of such a throwback old school wrestler when I see him. I think it's brilliant. Get like King Kong Bundy vibes. Okay, hang on. Otis versus who the flipsy? Who's he facing? Have you ever played Call of Duty? No. Angelo Dawkins. Thank you, Harley. Dawkins. Halftime scores! Halftime scores! Get your halftime scores in! Halftime scores! Halftime scores! Get in your halftime scores. That's it. It's from your stream. You can mute it first. What is it? Oh, yeah, it's the screech. You've done a good job there. Can I just show you the... I'm going to show you this. Here we go. There's the screech, look, and then the... Nakamura! I don't think I'd be able to do it again. Ah, you've done a great job. I sound like a kettle. 0 out of 10. Oh, all right. 6.25. 7 says Scott. 10 out of 10 says Brandon. 6.18 beardless Otis's. 5 says Hayden. 7 says it's Frenchie. I'm not so much saying Braun is better than Otis, but Black was amazing. Brony said we can't hear it. It's the screech. You don't need to hear it again. Harley said 7.5. Austin says 0. Brony says 6.25. Taboy says 6. Bunkers says 3.2. Jordan says 6. Going Ghost says 421,876. Heather with a 5. Trini with a 7. Sexy Guy. Hello, Sexy Guy. Says 7. We're just coming back. Look how moody he is. I love how moody he is. Oh. It's like someone's just told him he's got to watch Raw. 5 out of 10. 8 out of 10. Mootis. John Cena Gamer says 8. AJ says 6.5 or a 7. Sean Reset with an 8.25. Why did the bicycle fall over? It was too tired. Oh. Otis looks so serious, says Lone Star Friend. Vibes says main event at SummerSlam is going to be Roman Cena. They need to make Cena a heel. It looks a bit like Brock Lesnar. 7 says Zayn the GOAT. 7 says Justin. 5.5 says Trey. 4 says Ricky. 6 says Kieran. 6.5 says Vibes. 9.52 says Brendan. Did Otis shave his beard to try and win Mandy back? I don't know why he's done it. I don't know why he's done it. I like it. I like it. I don't think what they were doing with Otis was working before, so why not? Corey K says 7.75. Here's Angelo Dawkins. Don't forget, if you have got a fantasy team in that Euro thing, make sure you are changing your captain. If you had Kane as captain. Thank you. Otis should bring back the 5 count in honor of King Kong Bundy. Does that mean that Angelo is a single star for a while? I don't really know why they're doing it, to be honest. I mean, Montez can't be out injured or anything. I mean, Bianca would have looked concerned if that was the case. She looked pleased as punch. So Angelo Dawkins has got his shoulder all bandaged up. Does Dawkins look in quite good shape here? Kind of feel like Dawkins might have been working out a little bit. I'm just looking at him now, and I think he looks a little bit slimmer than I remember seeing. I love Otis. Show me? He said show me. These two working together. Dawkins, you know, there might be something here, you know. I love Gable, and I love... I mean, do you remember when, like, Gable was Shorty G and we all hated the world? Well, he's back to being Chad Gable. Now they've given him Otis. Otis is a heel. And they're a proper team with, like, matching attire. They're known as Alpha Academy. I mean, there could be something here. Just want to see them getting some wins, really. I'd like to see them squash some job teams. Days the cell structure has gone. No, I don't think it has it? Has it? Has it gone? It can't. Surely it hasn't. This is live, isn't it? Can I just say, I just heard. It doesn't matter. To the outside goes Angela Dawkins. Has the cell gone? I'm trying to look to see if the cell has gone or not. I love this Otis. Otis looks creepy. Yeah, he's super focused, isn't he? Chad Gable has turned him into a machine. Days looks like Otis. Oh, yeah. Right, we're going over to Rey Mysterio. Rey Mysterio is going to be... Do you know what? I mean, that is such a big structure, that cell. It is so big that I kind of feel in that last segment you would have seen it. So you might be right. That last segment could have been pre-recorded. Otis looks like he was told he was in Retribution and his name was Big Bread. Big Bread? Oh, brilliant. Otis bent over in front of the camera to tie his boots and all the viewers watching at home went completely blind. Vibe said, did you know Alexa has not been pinned in 330 days? Can you tell me how many matches she's had in that time? Robert said, LSW, I think Otis looks like the Marshmallow Man, but only red. Don't tell me they're about to break up another team. Roman. Otis looks like a meatball. Don says, I want Liv. And it's up, and it's up, and it's up. I don't mind Otis bending over, says Austin. I swear they're breaking up the Street Profits. Vince wants Montez as a solo star. They're said to be super high on him. Keflin said, Days, do you eat McDonald's apple pies? I would, yeah. I would eat them. They're all right. They're nice, actually. Have you ever done any bad that you soon regretted? Maybe missing dinner time or missing a date to go the Bean Show? Have I ever done anything bad that I've regretted? No, I'm perfect. Perfect? Absolutely perfect. I've never done anything bad. Maybe I regret just not making some more time for myself. Maybe it's that. Maybe I don't take good enough care of myself. Perhaps I should pamper myself more. Maybe I regret that. Maybe I regret that squeal from earlier. Maybe I regret that. But other than that, I'm absolutely perfect. BOD Talk said, I'm about to be in the Thunderdome in 8 minutes. I'm wearing a New Day shirt. Days, what's your favourite place to go? Do you remember the B team? I remember the B team. What's my favourite place to go? Bed. Days, Hell in the Cell is ruined. I would do Roman versus Ray at Hell in the Cell. Days needs a hug. And I already know Austin's going to volunteer. I'm all right. Do you regret choosing Man United as your team? No, absolutely not. Even though it's been not brilliant like the past few years. I had, it got a bit tiresome when I was supporting them in the 90s, like the late 90s at school. People would just call you a glory hunter. Do you know what I mean? Oh, you only support them because they win everything. Well, I definitely can't be accused of that now. So it's kind of, you got to take the rough with the smooth. I got to enjoy many good times, and now just having to go through a bit of a bad patch. Austin said, I will hug you, Days. I know you want it. B team. Go. John said, that squeal from earlier, you need to go and take a trip to the spa. I think you're right, John. I think what that actually was a squeal for help. I can't call it a cry for help. It was not a cry. It wasn't manly enough to be a cry. I think it was a squeal for help. Did Jimmy acknowledge Roman? I don't know if he outright acknowledged him. I think he just said, if you need me, I'll be there. And I do wonder, have they done that to show that Jimmy was starting to, come round to the idea of, look, we don't see eye to eye, but I want to be there for you, because they're going to turn on Jimmy. I mean, there's no need to turn on Jimmy if he's just said, I'll be there with you. If you need me, I'm there. I've got a feeling that that's what's going to happen. I think that's why they've shown you that segment. I think they've shown you that so that you know that Jimmy isn't being problematic. Jimmy is being, he's trying to do the right thing. He's trying to stick by his family. There's no need for them to turn on Jimmy. I can't believe it's already main event time. I think Jimmy will help Ray win. Michael said, question for you in the chat. Who's better in ring, Shawn or Brett? I think they're different. I think Brett is more technical, but I think Shawn maybe understands the psychology a bit more. I kind of feel that Brett can put together a technically fantastic match, and he can sell and he can do all that, but I kind of feel that Shawn was just always able to push boundaries a little bit more. He'd go further than what Brett would. And he would do stuff that, would really bring in the psychology a bit more. So I kind of feel that Brett technically, Shawn psychologically. We've got We've got Cesaro sat down with Kayla backstage. WWE is my life. I love what I do. I've worked a long time to get here. And Seth tried to take all of that away from me. Here's Seth. Not much drip tonight from Seth. I came here to have a conversation. Kayla, if you don't mind, what's she giving him? So, Seth and Cesaro. Rollins has a sick leather suit. What's the difference between bird flu and swine flu? One requires tweetment, the other ointment. How is it early? We were mentioning WWE wrestlers and which team in the Euros they were rooting for, and no one said Cesaro. Everything you do, everything you stand for, is a disgrace. You don't deserve a single ounce of respect. I kind of feel like Seth's talking to LSW here. You do deserve me putting you in your place, says Seth. No live, says Alvin. Doris's Wrestling Fanatics Corner. Oh my god, I love that name. Doris's Wrestling Fanatics Corner says, love your channel. I love your channel? Am I subscribed to Doris's Wrestling Fanatics? I better be. Hang on, let me have a look. Doris's Wrestling Fanatics channel. Oh my god. Oh, there better be someone called Doris over there. Wrestling Fanatic channel. Doris's Wrestling Fanatics channel. Subscribed. Doris, I've subscribed. Doris's Wrestling Fanatics channel. Wrestling Night Chat. Amazing. Doris, you're a legend. Shout out to you. I have subscribed to your channel. You've got 372 subscribers. Guys, you better be checking out Doris's Wrestling Fanatics channel. Shout out to you, Doris. I love the fact we've got a Doris in this community. I flipping love that. That's made my night, that has. Main event time. Yes. Did you watch YouTube TikTok? No. I didn't. We are going over to Ray and Roman. That is coming up now. Ray is in the ring. We said that this would start with about half an hour to go. Nice little sit down there between Cesaro and Seth Rollins. Now we've got Ray in the cell. This is the first Smackdown Hell in a Cell. And we're just waiting for Doris's Wrestling Fanatics channel, no worries. We're just waiting for Roman to make his way down. JJB Gaming says Doris is an awesome name. Phil said, I've subscribed to Doris. Everyone's doing it. JJB Gaming said Doris is better than Boris. Doris Johnson, next Prime Minister of the UK. Austin said, do you remember in the DMs when you told me that you hated Volta and Serena Deeb? Why was that? I think I was just saying it just to get rid of you. I think I was just saying it to end the conversation. I think you was constantly going, what do you like most about Serena Deeb? What do you like most about Volta? Why'd you call him Volta and not Walter? Did you like Serena Deeb when she was in the WWE? What did you think about the Straight Edge Society? Why did she shave her hair? Why did she grow her hair back? So I think I just got to the point, Austin, where I was like, do you know what? I don't even like Volta and I don't like Serena Deeb. And can you please forget that I've even existed? So I'm sorry that I've had to, mention all that in public. But you forced me to it. The List of Jericho said, a UFC fight between Wardlow and Hager. We do have that coming up, yes. Corey said, do you agree that 3MB, Retribution, and Social Outcasts are the 3 best factions of all time. Sure. What did the pirate say when his wooden leg got stuck in the freezer? Shiver me timbers. That's actually all right. That's actually... I had no idea where you was going with that then. I had no idea where you was going with that. Shiver me timbers. Austin said, come on, you didn't need to reveal that much. What's happening on the screen? I've got a woman on a treadmill. Now I've got a woman in a garden. Now there's a nun with a gold bullion. Now there's a fish that's just jumped into a net. I mean, we are at commercial break. So, what's that? I think that was called Booming or something. Booming Insurance. Oh my god. The insurance company for boomers. Booming Insurance. I'm all over that. I probably started that. I'm probably like president of that without even knowing. Booming Insurance. I'm not going to watch AEW tonight. I'm not a fan of it. Well, I mean, that does make sense. If you're not a fan of something, it's probably not worth watching. Harley said, Days Cesaro versus Seth confirmed for Hell in a Cell. Second of all, I thought the ending to that segment was hilarious. All it was Cesaro pushing Seth off his chair, but the way it was delivered was brilliant. Austin said, I've got a pillow behind my back. I feel very comfortable. Somehow I feel like a king. So you don't feel like Corbin. Marcel said, love your videos. Jordan said NXT UK is on Thursday. Mott says, can we all agree that Sean is a better storyteller than Brett? I think we can. Days, that was epic. You should live stream commercials. Dylan said, Days, are you surprised that Roman Reigns happening tonight? I am. That has been confirmed. The commercials that you are watching are much better than ours, says John. Days, do you like blow-up mattresses? Do I like blow-up mattresses? Sure. Why not? Why not? I'm the CEO of Booming Insurance Company, confirmed. Harley says, breaking news. Can I just say that exploding mattress thing, I wanted to say something like, I would rather my mattress didn't explode. Or something along those lines. And I thought, that's not funny. It's not good enough. Now I'm just saying stuff for the sake of saying it. But then it played on my mind, and I was like, actually, do you know what? It was all right. And now I've said it, and now I regret saying it. Just wanted to give you an update of where I am mentally right now. Right, Roman making his way out. Austin said, I think there's something else Days likes to blow up. Hello! Like what? Do you like Raw or SmackDown? SmackDown. AJ said, I always take paper to a wrestling match just in case my opponent is The Rock. Adriana said, I'm not a fan of AEW. Days, are you? I don't mind it. I think they've got some good stuff on there. I think there's some stuff that I'm not a fan of, but I mean, right now in wrestling, I would struggle to tell you any promotion that I love everything about. So, yeah, some decent stuff. Some stuff I'm not that keen on. But it's no better or no worse, really, than other promotions, to be honest. I wish that Roman had other attire like red pants. Roman red pants! I wish he was Roman Red Pants Reigns. Good God Almighty, it's Roman Red Pants Reigns. Triple R versus Triple H. Roman Red Pants Reigns versus Hunter Hearst Helmsley. An exploding mattress. You know what else explodes? Your dong. Sonny, you filthy. Absolute filth. It's children in this chat. Are you hitting on me, Sonny? Is that what you're doing? Are you hitting on me? Is that what that is? Are you, like, publicly flirting with me now? Is that what's happening, Sonny? Oh, my God, Sonny, have you just made your move? Is that what it is? Oh, my God, Sonny! Oh, my God! I'm flattered. I'm flattered. I'm not going to lie. I'm flattered. There's no need to feel embarrassed. He only wore one attire. Me hitting on you. Here comes the backtracking. Here comes the backtracking. Austin says, imagine trying to flirt with Days. That's your whole MO. Sonny said, I don't know how to make those moves. Sonny usually just flirts with Tommy. She's one. Right. I got you. Yeah, I've met girls like you before. Chris says, Days, now you're art. Days. Right, bell has sounded, and Ray goes underneath the ring, grabs a chair, wallops it into the side of Roman. Days, can I join Boomer Club? Always. Always. You've just got to be really grumpy, and just at any opportunity, just say that things were better in the past. If someone says, are you looking forward to SummerSlam? Just be like, yeah, but it won't be as good as the old SummerSlams. What do you think of Rey Mysterio? Yeah, I like Rey Mysterio, but he was better in the past. If you promise to do that, you can join Boomer World Order. Rey Mysterio with a fire extinguisher driving it into Roman Reigns' head. He's trying to get Roman into the ring. Corey K says, Boomer Club is amazing. So good. It's so liberating. I do like Boomer Club, but it was better in the past. Maria said, are you going to do reactions to Hell in a Cell? I could do them now if you want. There we go. Those are my 3 main reactions for Hell in a Cell. Can I just say this is quite hard hitting? He's just walloped him in the head with the toolbox. LSW says BWO for life. Right, we've gone to commercials again. Boomer World Order, right to censor. Very similar, but very, very similar. So we're actually going to do this match. Okay. We're doing it. We're doing it. Days, I heard that Roman is going to retire next year. 10 years of his career. I don't know where you've heard that. I can't say I've heard that. I'm not saying that it's not true, but I just don't think that's true. When will we see this talk? Why we only see this talking? Hang on, let's read this. Why we only see this talking? Why can't we see the live match? Well, you only see this talking because if you saw the live match, then you wouldn't even see this talking because you'd get hit with a copyright strike, and then we would be out of here. So, unfortunately, this talking is all we can provide. But I've got to tell you, we try our best. A deal, we try our best. Oh, look, it's a deal, Austin. There's some them Austins, the bad eggs. What's up with all these Austins? I'm sure you're a good person, though, Adil. Shout out to you. Yeah. And now you're probably freaked out because I keep saying your name and you're like, whoa, wasn't expecting this. It was better in the past. I can tell you that much. It was better in the past, Adil. YouTube would be like, copy strike bunk. Oh, Sonny. You've got to stop your flirting. Big Boy Dally said, what is the thing that opposes boomers? What opposes boomers? Non-boomers. Kids. Ugh. Do you know what I mean? Young adults. Ugh. Progressive thinkers. Ah! Ah! Can't cope with progressive thinkers. Ah! We're boomers. We've just got to go back to the past. Everything should be exactly as it was. I don't even think we need the internet. Get rid of the internet. And we're going to go back to how everything was about 30, 40 years ago. So you can stick your progressive thinking. Days, the chat has gone crazy. Sonny said, you're decent looking. LSW said boomers are awful. And J14 said you should quit YouTube. Oh, it's gone. It's carnage. Carnage. People are speaking their minds. Roman on the edge of the ring. Ray going against the ropes. Drop kick. He drop kicks a chair into the lower back of Roman Red Pants Reigns. Unbelievable. Days, when does this end? When does this end? When will it end? It ends when I say it ends. And thankfully, I'm going to say it ends in about 16 minutes. Vibe says, that's good. O'Reilly, Drew, Finn, Cole, Bray, Seth, Roman, Gargano. Those should be the next picks. Sonny said, I never said decent looking. You said mega fit, didn't you? That's what you said. You said mega fit. Super hot. I didn't say decent. I said super hot. I said Ryan Gosling's long lost brother. That's what I said. I didn't say decent. I got you, Sonny. I got you. Sonny, it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. I don't have any access to Timmy's here in the UK, and do you know what I mean? You'll soon get bored living in a land without Timmy's. Harley said, Days, watch the match. I'm watching the match. He's got a chair over his throat. He's been rammed into the edge of the cell. Been walloped with toolboxes and everything. Roman's being rained on. I believe the word they used was peng. That is not a word that gets used in Boomer World Order, I can tell you that. Peng. Unless we're referring to baby penguins. Roman charges at Ray and he goes through a table. Table breaks in half. It's carnage inside the cell. Ray grabbing Roman by the hair. A lot of this action has taken place on the outside of the ring. Knee to the midsection. Dallas said, I heard that Dominic will face Roman at Hell in a Cell. Sonny said, that's what most guys say to me. Oh, Sonny, it isn't. He went for the sunset flip there, Ray, straight over the top. He tried to grab Roman and hurl Roman into the side of the cell. Ray, up. Forearm strikes. Oh! Ray getting swung into the edge of the... Take this, you little... You annoying little... There you go. Oh, you don't like it now, do you? Roman picks up Ray and is like... It's a great wrestling move. What a wrestling move that is. It's called the pick up and just... It's called the chuck. The pick up and just chuck 'em. Ah, did you see that video on Twitter earlier? Of the fight in the car park. And the guy does a rock bottom on the other dude. And it's a proper fight. Proper fight, like the proper going at it. And this one guy just grabs him. Just proper rock bottoms in a car park. It's amazing. Rock bottom was trending. 500,000 people watch the video. Oh, God, that would suck to be him, wouldn't it? I heard Carmella likes golden showers. Well, I mean, she's got a lot of money. I'd imagine that her bathroom is well decorated. Ant says, Roman with blue pants and the gold hand thing would look so good. L.I. Baker says, how long is your hair? Do you know, it is actually a bit too long. It's starting to, like, flick out a bit at the back. So, I'm to, like, tuck it back in. Shout out to Wrestling Ghost. LSW says, do you remember Plain Power? Absolutely. Absolutely. It's my other faction. I'm part of Boomer World Order and Plain Power. There was a video of some guy in a fight in Birmingham, and one guy just speared the other. Is that true? No way. Can you react to Diesel versus Shawn Michaels? The build-up is killing me. Can you react to Diesel versus Shawn Michaels? What are you on about? I'm sorry, have you just, like, stepped into the chat from 1995? What's going on? Javan said, I just got home from work. Did they really take Roman versus Ray off Hell in a Cell? Yes. Trinity's World and Adventures says, I love you. I hope you see this. Sonny, is that your second account? Trinity's World and Adventures. Shout out to you, Trinity's World and Adventures. Are you a dad? My guess is no, but happy Father's Day. I'm sadly not a father. Unless we count all of you. I can be all of your fathers. But I don't want to have to do anything. Don't go calling me if you need a lift. Sonny said, Days, at least you're better than the other guys. We don't talk about Quinn. He's a major crotch goblin. Oh, do we not talk about Quinn? I'll be the judge of that. Johnny said, well, I always complain, and people who know me think I'm grouchy, so I'm going to fit into Boomer the club. What? You mean Boomer World Order? Jimmy said, where's the BWO Wolfpack? CM Punk opened the show. CM Punk, that was big. That was huge. Roman, so we're into the final 10 minutes here. Days, I heard rumours that you've signed to NXT. Now, Days, if these rumours are true, what's your wrestling name? Dowdrup. And who's your first challenger? I reckon you'd manhandle Gargano. My wrestling name is Dowdrup, and I am going to be competing against Izzy from the crowd. Not Israel Adesanya. No, right. Let's not get them mixed up. God, I hope I haven't signed that contract. Oh, my God. If I turn up to NXT next week and it's not a 12-year-old girl, it's Israel Adesanya. Oh, could you imagine if I've made that mistake? Turns out to be the UFC middleweight champion of the world. Oh, flip. Roman's going. Screams over. Drop kick by Rey Mysterio. Rey Mysterio charging over. Kicked in the midsection. Roman picks up Rey. Rey throwing in some strikes to Roman's head. Head scissors in position for the 619. Against the ropes goes Rey. Oh, big strike by Roman. Rey goes down. A lot of colours going on here. We've got a red cell. We've got blue ropes. Superman punch. Starting BWO is the greatest decision I ever made, says Corey. It's fantastic. Big Boy Dally says, Days in a wrestling ring would be the funniest thing I've ever seen. Me in a wrestling ring would be the funniest thing anyone has ever seen. 619. Steel chair by Rey. Wallop. Another strike by Rey. Boom. He's unloading with that chair. And he puts the chair on top of Roman. Roman down in the center. Ray is climbing up top. Frog splash. Oh, he's done a Montez Ford. He's done a Montez Ford. He's hit the frog splash and Ray's gone. Ah! Why would you hit a move that hurts you as much as it hurts your opponent? That would be like having a street fight and then when you threw a punch, you made sure to punch yourself at the same time. Doesn't make any sense. Why would you hurt yourself? Another frog splash connects from Ray. 1, 2. Shoulder up. It's a 2 count. Call your mothers. Call your mothers. Tell them it's a 2 count. Turn it off. It's underwhelming. Another splash. Guillotine, and it's over. This match is hard to get into. It has 0 build. Well, I don't think that it's like a, you know, I mean, like, it's hard to argue with it being, you know, the main event of SmackDown. I mean, this is, come on, guys. It's pretty good for the main event of SmackDown. Chucks Ray. Oh! Throws him into the cell. Little bit like what he did to Dominic. Look at that. Whoosh. Nice. Do you think Hell in a Cell will be Roman open, close the show? They want a big surprise. Drew Lashley. I don't think so. I don't think it's got anything to do with that. Oh, is that the... Oh, that's a weird, slightly different variation of it. Is it like that? Little Ray was in there. And he was like... Nice. Roman wins. We've got 5 minutes, guys. We've got 5 minutes. What are we going to get in these final 5? I don't quite know how he does it. Oh, there we go. Roman Reigns. AEW starting in 4 minutes. Paul Heyman handing the Blue Universal to Roman. Here's Jimmy. Jimmy steps in. Holds up Roman's arm. Jimmy in the ring. Where are we going with this? Where are we going with this? Where are we going with this? Where's this going? Hey? Where's this going? Ray is crawling. Roman pushes back Jimmy and Paul. Paul saying no, no. Paul saying no. I don't think Paul wants to see Roman do anything to Ray. But Roman is laser focused on Ray, who's in a bad way. He's a bad Ray Mysterio. Look at Roman behind, looking like an absolute beast. Grabs Ray. Puts him in that hold again. That guillotine, and Ray's like... There we go. Jimmy is standing back in the corner. Camera tight on Roman. Very tight on Roman. Jimmy ain't moving. I wondered if Jimmy was going to attack him from behind. But Jimmy is just standing. We've still got 3 minutes. Oh, is anyone going to do anything? Anyone moving? No one's moving. Nothing happened! Good, though. Compelling, though. I still found myself sitting here going, is anything going to happen? But nothing happened. Right, well, there we go. Show over. It was a fair fight. Days, you will wrestle like James Ellsworth, says Johnny. Get in your scores. Get in your scores. Joe said, and that's it. Right, AEW, yeah. I'm going to change over the background and everything whilst you lot send in your thoughts, your scores. Black. 875 says Scott. 6 says Ricky. 9 says Brendan. 9 says Trina. 7%. 7% says C. Rayford. 8.75. 7 says Brad. 6.5 says Robin. 7. 6.5. 8. High Days. 6.25. 8. AEW. 5. 6. 6.75. 6.25. 8.75. 9.10, 8, 6.25, 6.5, 7.5, 7, 6. I tell you, some low scores here. 6.5, 6.25, 9.37, 7, 8, 9. It was decent. 6.25, 7, 6. There's a lot of sixes. There's a lot of sixes. Austin says 7. Jordan says 7. 6, 6.25. I'm going to say it was... I don't know. Where's Harley? What's Harley scoring it? I'm always below Harley. Burn It Down says 6. Ending could have been better. Bonkers says 6.9. Random Person Fig says 7. WHU Kane says, what happened? Well, not much happened, in all fairness. I mean, Roman wins and he choked him out for a second time, and that was it. Days, I liked it. I liked the first 10 minutes. Putting chairs for Roman next, brutal. Roman took control. Yeah, but what's your score? I should say a 10. Yeah, but what are you going to say? Paul McCauley says 7.5. Neftali says 8. Brony with the 6.25. To Boy with a 7. Laurie with a 10. Days, did you know strawberries, raspberries, blackberries are not actually berries? Pumpkins, avocados, blueberries, bananas, and eggplants are berries. Ooh. 8. Right, I'll go 7.75. About 7.5, 7.75. I'll be around that ballpark. Maybe 7.75. I mean, you did just get a Hell in a Cell match. I mean, it's kind of hard to argue with that. There was lots of 6s. I wasn't really into the Kevin Owens match, but at least it sets up a match for the weekend. Main event, I thought, was, they threw a lot at each other. It was a Hell in a Cell match with Roman. So I'm not really down on that. The Bianca segment I thought was all right. Opening segment was, I was entertained by that. I thought it was all right. 7.5, 7.75, something along those lines. Right, we are moving on. Wardlow versus Hager. Oh my God. Wardlow versus Hager. This is in an MMA match. We've actually got an octagon. We've got an octagon. Isn't that like gimmick infringement? Where have they set? How are they doing this? This must have been pre-recorded, yeah? I mean, fair play. They've proper gone for it, haven't they? Look at that. It's a proper octagon. Tell you what, guys. I just want you to know this is... I feel very much at home with this. So this is not going to be a problem for us to commentate on at all. I've got great experience. If you need to see my CV, I have got great experience at commentating on MMA fights. So this is right in my wheelhouse. So I'm excited by this. I'd be even more excited if I could find the right background. I found that background. Here we are. Right. It's not UFC, says Shaquem. No, it's better. This is better than UFC. This is what UFC wishes it was. This is UFC Plus. It's an actual 8-sided cage, says Heather. This is going to easily beat SmackDown, says Tahil. I can't believe it. I thought that it would be inside the ring, and they'd put a cage around the ring or something. But this is a proper... It's insane. It's a proper MMA cage. Okay, well, I'd love to know what credentials Aubrey has got to referee. Like, wouldn't you bring in a special MMA referee? Aubrey can do it. Yeah, she can do it. Maybe she's got MMA experience. I don't know. No judges. He's no Bruce Buffer, is he? It's time! 5 rounds! It's, yeah, I don't know. It would be cool if they came down and they had their little flags behind and all that kind of stuff, you know? Put a bit of water down, pacing back and forth. Wardlow. Let's see how this goes. I'm up for this. I'm well up for this. We need a brawl meter. That's nice. Yeah, Jericho's come down as his cornerman. Now, are there rounds? There's no judges. I don't know if there's rounds. I do have that brawl meter, by the way. It's always on standby. That too is from last week. There weren't that many brawls last week. Let's keep this clean, guys. I'm definitely down for this. This is great. Something a little bit different, man. And that ring looks awesome. Yeah, there are rounds. Oh, we've got rounds. 3 rounds, 5-minute rounds, 3 5-minute rounds. Jericho on the outside, screaming words of encouragement. Okay, right, let's watch this then, shall we? 4-ounce gloves. Hager in white shorts and Wardlow in his singlet. Neither guy obviously in boots. Both guys have got like ankle supports on. Hager's the one on the front foot and he's throwing off a few strikes, but everything seems to be falling short at the moment. So Hager not seemingly able to get anything through. Hager looking, charging forward into the clinch. In the clinch, in the centre. He's trying to drive him back. Nice reversal by Wardlow. Wardlow's got Hager up against the fence. Breaks them apart. This is alright, you know. This is alright. I like how they've structured it. Like, obviously, Hager knows how to strike. And he's the one that's taken it more to... Did that jab land? So, through a jab, and there's a little smile exchange between the two. What I don't understand... Okay, like, here's my first little criticism. What I don't understand is, like, Hager is getting shots through. He's getting a shot through, landing it, and then just smiling or backing off. Like, in normal MMA, if you was to get a shot through and hurt your opponent, you'd be straight in trying to follow up with, you know, trying to put the fight away. But we've seen a few shots like that jab land, and it snapped back like Wardlow's head. But he didn't follow up with anything. And a bit of posturing. Nice takedown. That's a really good takedown. And he's telling him to get up. I'd like to have seen Hager go for a submission or something. But great takedown. And again, just with ease, man. And now he's in full guard. And now he's got some hammer fists. He's trying to get some hammer fists. And Wardlow able to get back up to his feet. Hager, Hager, I feel, has, in this, been able to get a few shots off, but I don't get why he's not gone for the kill. Maybe he's just trying to toy with Wardlow a little bit. Hager going for a kick to the body. Counter punch by Wardlow. Big shots. Them strikes didn't look great. He picks up Hager, dumps him down. I like that. Ground and pound is wailing away. Hager gets out the way. It's alright. It's alright. I don't hate it. This is interesting, says Hayden. It's a bit weird, says LSW. It's a bit, yeah. I wish they treated it a little bit more like an MMA fight. I mean, they've gone to the trouble of setting up the cage. I sort of feel, and I don't mean... I sort of feel like this is an MMA fight for people that don't watch MMA. Because there's definitely elements here that look very, very credible. Strikes coming into the body, but there's just a few things where, like, Hager has managed to get some shots through and then just not followed up with anything. His takedowns are good, but he's not really attempted much on the ground. Wardlow launching off the side of the cage. That's actually all right. There's a few people like that move there. I've seen people do that in UFC. It's a bit out there, but I've seen people do that. And that is the end of round one. So some of the gesturing, the posture, but again, we've seen people do that. Anderson Silva used to do that. Adesanya does that. It's all right. It's all right. I'm not liking it very much, says Big Boy Dally. This looks like a Paul brother fight. Ryan said it's definitely staged, but I get it. Right, we're into round two. Wardlow charging over at Hager. Hager's covering his eye and he's got his hand up. Hager seems to be moving a bit gingerly. Wardlow just kind of gave his back away. I mean, like you wouldn't give your back away that easily. And quite an unorthodox takedown by Wardlow as well. He's got Hager over by the cage. So he's in full guard out of nowhere. He's managed to get a weird little takedown. He's now full guard and he's raining down some strikes. And he's trying to get an armbar. He's trying for an armbar. And, but he can't quite get it. Hager, nice work there by Hager. Is he going for a pin or what's he doing? Elbow to the side of the body. Out of nowhere now, Hager's got side control. Hager has been skipping leg day. Come on, Hager. What about the LFL, the Lingerie Football League? Oh my God, is that on tonight? Why didn't you tell me? Why are we watching this? Sally said, is this scripted? Yeah, it's scripted. This feels really scripted, which it should be, but it doesn't feel legit or real. It's got a triangle. Hager with a triangle. Wardlow trying to pick him up and slam him out of it. And that slight slam has broken the triangle. He only picked him up that high or just dropped him down. That was enough. Why are they acting like this is UFC? Well, because Hager is an MMA fighter and he fights in Bellator. And I kind of like the fact that it's different. And I think that they've done a decent job of putting on a fight for people that maybe don't watch MMA all that often. If you was to watch, a little bit of MMA, the odd fight, maybe like Conor fights. Say you watch Conor fights. And you don't really watch, like, each week. But I think for a lot of us, and a lot of you in the chat that, obviously watch UFC each week. Head scissor takedown inside an MMA ring. A head scissor. Head and arm triangle. Head and arm triangle for Hager, and Wardlow's trying to get out of it. This feels fake. It feels really fake at times. This is a UFC match with fans that are not MMA fans watching. Yeah. It's got him on his shoulders. What's he going to do? F5. AA. Oh, rock bottom! A rock bottom! Ah. There is too much pro wrestling in this MMA match. These aren't fake punches. Hager wins. Hager's put Wardlow to sleep. Rock bottom into an arm triangle choke. A regular wrestling match would have been better than this. Doris, subscribe to me. I should do the same back. Last weekend, the UFC pay-per-view was good. We're building our way towards the next Conor fight, actually. I think Conor's on the next UFC card. If you're watching and you're new to the channel and you enjoyed that MMA fight, why not join us on a Saturday when we watch real MMA? And we'll be doing that tomorrow for UFC Vegas 29. Just like Doris's Wrestling Fanatics Corner. Shout out to Doris's Wrestling Fanatics Corner. Jericho has jumped in, and he's unloading on Wardlow right now. We've got about an hour and 40 minutes. We're about 20 minutes into this show. Here's MJF. MJF is in there. He goes after Jericho. Jericho goes down. And MJF is going after the injured elbow. Armbar. Jericho is tapping and tapping, but obviously this isn't a match. And MJF's not interested. Is that Malenko? Malenko? Look at Malenko getting into MJF's face. No flinching by Malenko. Malenko is so cool. He's got one sock pulled up, the other sock down. Forearm strike. Malenko goes down. Dean Malenko goes down. Little smile on the face of MJF. A brawl! Yes, it is a brawl. You are right. Brawl. Ding, 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 ding. Psh, psh. Sammy Guevara's jumped in. Showtime Sammy, says JR. Woo, Dean Malenko. Supernatural in MMA, we don't need Days to get upset with them too. Wow, there we go. There's bodies everywhere. The AEW medical facility is going to be absolutely rammed. We've got Penta, Eddie Kingston, Frankie Kazarian taking on Matt Jackson and the Good Brothers tonight. It's very difficult to take Penta seriously when he's standing there looking like, I don't know, something off RuPaul's Drag Race. Speaking as a non-MMA fan, that was pretty fun. Props to AEW for doing something different. Harley said, Days, what match are you most looking forward to? Drew, Bobby in the Hell in a Cell, Bailey Bianca, Charlotte Rhea, Alexa Shayna, or Owen Sammy, or Seth and Cesaro? Well, they really have added quite a few things, haven't they? So, probably Bailey Bianca. Probably Bailey Bianca. Right, Eddie Kingston. DMX shirt by Kingston. Joe Rogan is probably laughing at that. Joe Rogan is probably not watching that. I love that Joker gear from Penta, says the Tribal Chief Roman Reigns. Owens versus Sammy is the best match on that card. Penta looks like a Joker reject. Days, did you see my email about the Tops giveaway? I have seen some emails, yes. And I will be sorting that over the weekend. So, I believe so. Shout out to you, dude. Surprised Cody is on this show. What's the best Conor McGregor fight? Wow. I mean, you've got, like, Josie Aldo, who... That was, like, a short fight. You could say it was, like, maybe the most iconic fight. Well, actually, maybe the most iconic fight would be the Khabib fight, thinking about it now. So, him against Khabib. But his wars against Diaz would have to be up there. I don't know. I think people might say Eddie Alvarez. They might say Aldo. They might say Diaz. I don't think they'd say Khabib because, obviously, Conor lost that. I don't think they'd say Poirier because Conor lost that. But, no, he's had some really, really good ones. But I think the Aldo result, I think, was huge. And the Alvarez result was huge as well. So, There's been a few. Harley said, Days, as a professional UFC fighter, as you know me as, obviously, I mean, I'm the... What? I can't even read. I can't even read that. At this stage, 3 hours, 20 minutes into the second stream of the day, that is too difficult for me to cope with. Dumb15 said, all AEW matches are completely pointless. Oh, brilliant. Mo Jones, shout out to you, Mo Jones. Appreciate the support, dudes. Mo Jones says, as someone that doesn't watch MMA that much, but does know enough about it to tell when it's not good, it's obvious that Wardlow didn't really know what to do, so Hager had to pull a lot of the weight. It's a good point. Definitely Hager was taking the lead in that. Yeah, it's a good point. Hager was the one that was pulling the strings in it, but yeah, I mean, no shade on what we just saw. I'm not being disrespectful when I'm saying if you don't really watch UFC or you don't really watch MMA, you might have enjoyed it. You might have looked at it and gone, yeah, that felt a bit different to what we normally see. You know, that's not what I've just seen there is not a standard wrestling match. I mean, that is very far removed from what you'd get from the Young Bucks. That is very far removed, isn't it, from what you'd get from Death Triangle. So I kind of feel like they have given you something very different. Even though if you are a regular MMA fan, you would look at elements of that and go, that doesn't feel right. That didn't look right. Pretty sure that rock bottom was, you know, a bit strange. But no, I maybe wouldn't have done the head scissor takedown. But, you know, I respect the fact that they're trying to give us some different stuff. I respect that. Time goes by so fast, says William. Life goes by so fast, William, doesn't it? It's not just time that goes by. It's our lives that are going by. And we never really think about that. Helen said, I'm a massive UFC fan. I loved it. Harley said, Days, pretty much what I said was... well, I'm the one that beat Khabib and lost to Hasbulla. I'm a professional UFC fighter. I have no idea what I just saw. Let it be known that I did enjoy it because it was different. I was never expecting it to be an MMA classic, but it was really good for wrestling, doing an MMA match. Right, we've got Hook, Rock Jr., Powerhouse Hobbs, Taz, Team Taz backstage. Sonny said, man, Days, that's deep. Can you stop hitting on me? Dude, everything I say, you're like, wow, that's so good. That's so deep. That's so profound. That's so emotional. Blah, blah, blah. Like, dude, just chill. I'm flattered, but wow. Days, Hell in a Cell is this Sunday. What would they do for October now? They're going to take October off. Vince is going to go on a safari. So, as a result, he doesn't want to have to worry about putting on a pay-per-view for you. Yeah? You've had enough entertainment. They've been going since the 1960s. Are you not entertained by now? Right, on their way, we have got Ethan Page and Scorpio Sky. Sonny says, I'm just being nice. Aww. Hang on. We've got a ring now. The ring is back, baby. They've done an excellent job of breaking down that MMA cage, constructing a wrestling ring. They really didn't have long to do it, but well done, AEW. So we've got Paige and we've got Scorpio Sky. Who are they? I don't even know who these are taking on. Days, you can't blame her for hitting on you. You are sexy. I know. Does Spivak have a chance of KOing Olenek? I could. That could go decision. He has a chance, but oh, hang on. Is this the match? What is this? Is this that? Is this the week where Darby was like, "I don't need you, Sting. Do one." So is this going to be 2-on-1? Two on one. So he told Sting he wanted to do this by himself. I still don't understand Paige and Sky. Sky should have had a singles push. Darby Allin. Road Rager is July 7th. Jasonic1525 said, who do you think is the best overall wrestler? Promo, talent, and charisma? That's a very good question. I think there is right now I would probably need Heather's help in letting me know what's going on in the world of New Japan. But I think if we were looking at AEW, WWE, unsurprisingly, I think Roman is up there. I think Roman's presence just feels huge. Paul Heyman with him has been a fantastic addition. His promos are great. I mean, the thing with Roman is he can do a segment and you will be on the edge of your seat just waiting. You might have in your mind, are they going to do a turn here? Are they not? I think the thing with the Roman story is because there's just a lot of like potential and little things they can do. You're on the edge of the seat because that stuff hasn't been ruined. Now, I don't know if Jimmy and Jay are going to have a feud. I haven't seen any rumours that they're having a feud. So I don't know if they're going to turn on each other. It's not a massive thing. It's not like Cena returning. But there's just been little elements in the story that you just don't know how they're going to go. And as a result, you just find yourself on the edge of your seat, really. So whenever like that Roman Jimmy segment backstage, like you're constantly waiting to see how this is going to play out. I find it very engaging. So I don't think people would be too surprised that I'd say Roman. Karrion Kross down in NXT I think is excellent as well. I think his matches, we still haven't really seen him have solo matches or too many solo matches, but I honestly think there's a real lack of great promos in wrestling. Like really, truly great promos. Promos that really make you sit up and pay attention. I don't think there's loads of great promos in wrestling. But I do think that Karrion has got a very good promo style. So I like Karrion. His matches have been okay, but I'd like to see a few more solo matches. I think Scarlett with him, looks awesome. His entrance looks awesome. He also has got a big presence about him. Obviously, I'm going to mention Volta as well. His matches are incredible. His promos, I can't really say I've heard too many Volta promos, but what I do know is that he can speak English. I've seen enough promos to know he can speak English, but I never see him promo that much. So, kind of got a bit of a question mark there. If he was having like a feud, because you don't really see Volta feuds, do you? Like, he has matches that he builds up against, say, Dragunov or A-Kid or Tommaso Ciampa, but I don't know that you really hear him speaking that much and cutting promos week after week, or so I'm still a little bit in the dark about his promos, to be honest. But the ones I've heard have been great, or I should say, fine. Kenny, I think Kenny's promos are all right. His promos are all right. He kind of, at the moment, he's kind of got this heelish, a bit like, I don't know, like Kenny. So Kenny has improved. When Kenny was in AEW at the first, I just wasn't feeling it. But yeah, Don does a lot of his talking. And when Kenny talks, he's in that kind of slimy heel mode. And I don't know if it makes for great promos. I don't know that it's meant to make for great promos. to be honest. But I like what they're doing with him at the moment. Cody took a real step backwards for me in recent times. Nick Aldis is good in NWA. I think Nick Aldis is really great matches, great promos, carries the NWA title with prestige. I think Aldis deserves a mention in this conversation. So overall, personally, I'd have to say Roman. I just think what he's doing is just his matches, his promos, his presentation. I think it's just all really, really strong. But I definitely think there's more than just Roman. I think there are a few out there that are doing some really good stuff at the moment. Shingo is the man in New Japan. So they put the title on Shingo. I don't know what Shingo's promo style is like. I know his matches are off the chart. Shingo is having one of the best 2021s out of anyone in wrestling. He was someone that wasn't around that main event picture. He's not someone that you ever see like main event in the Wrestle Kingdoms or winning G1s and stuff like this. But he has really had an incredible run. And they pulled the trigger on him and they've put the IWGP title onto him. And Shingo, Heather, what's his promo style like? LSW said Shingo and Ospreay are great right now. Shingo is great, says LSW. Yeah, are his promos decent? I honestly don't know. Roman can talk about how he hates ice cream, and I will be scared and still worried about Paul and the Usos' lives. Austin said Bray could be if the booking hadn't screwed him over. Well, obviously, I'm not a fan of the supernatural stuff. If it was psychological still, then yeah. I mean, his promos, the Funhouse vignettes. I'm still waiting for like consistent, great Fiend Bray matches. But if we lost the supernatural and we got some really good matches, then yes, Bray would be in the conversation. Tommy End is a good one. Yeah, he is, but right now he's obviously out of work. And he just haven't seen him, have we? We just haven't seen him. It's a great shout. You are absolutely right. Tommy End is absolutely worth a mention. I'm very excited to see what he's going to go on to do. Austin said even when he was Cult Bray, his promos were just something else. Heather says Shingo is a total hardcore strong style now. His promos are strong style as well. He calls people out to their faces. Shingo's promos are good. He speaks with impact, but of course I don't understand what he's saying. I think if there's a wrestler, if you're someone that wants to watch a great wrestler at the absolute peak of their powers right now, and maybe someone that you've never seen before, so you want to see like the secret of wrestling, not that it's a secret, then watch Shingo, because New Japan has only got a limited audience, so the vast majority of people in outside of Japan are not watching New Japan. I mean, it's popular amongst hardcore wrestling fans, but if you want to watch something that maybe some of your friends aren't, maybe go and check Shingo out. Because all I keep hearing is about how he is tearing up 2021. That's all I keep hearing. So, I mean, there's definitely Shingo matches that I want to go and watch. Heather, LSW, just recommend a couple of matches for people. There might be some that they can find on, like, maybe YouTube or something. You don't want to sign up to New Japan World, but you might be able to find some on, like, Daily Motion or YouTube. But, yeah, just let them know which matches to look out for. I can't do it. I mean, I know he just recently had a match against, was it, who did he beat for the title? Was it Ospreay? Or was it Ibushi? Did he face Ibushi for the title? I think. Darby Allin doing well here. Alex says, how many mamas have you met? You've met Shane's for sure. Oh, I've met Shane's. How many mamas have I met? How would I ever know that? I'd have to ask every lady I met, are you a mama? Darby has put a zip tie around the legs of... That's a bit... This has turned into Home Alone. This has turned into Home Alone! LSW said Jeff Cobb versus Shingo at Wrestle Kingdom. What's the name of the wrestler in Europe with the cool entrance and gimmicks that you spoke about before and said could be the next big thing? Oh, Cara Noir. I haven't seen. I have not seen. Oh, why can't I remember it? It's not Evolve. That promotion that's in London. That's really famous. Haven't seen that in a while. Progress. There we go. It was behind a door that was locked in my mind, and my mind was going, oh, has anyone got the key to this? Because we need this answer. Here it is. It's Progress. Tell him it's Progress. Yeah, Progress. So, Cara Noir. If you've not seen Cara Noir, well remembered, Jimmy. I think we mentioned it once. But, yeah, Cara Noir it was a trained ballet dancer. And he comes out to, like, this, like, ballet music. It's kind of like Swan Lake. It's that... I don't know what the piece is called, but it's the... Dun, dun, na, 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 dun, na, 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 dun, na, 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 na. So he comes out, and, he walks out, and he's got his head down. And he slowly, like, looks around, slowly lifts his head, gets in. And then when the music builds and breaks, he, like, throws his arms out. And he's got, like, they're kind of like butterfly or peacock. It's like a robe, like a Macho Man kind of a thing. Well, when he does that, he throws it out, and it's like a peacock and everything. But he does it in time with the music. The presentation is stunning. Like, on the entrance, you kind of watch it, and it's just like... It's like this performance. It's like this ballet performance, and you go... It's absolutely brilliant. But he's shredded as well. And I think he puts, like, silver face paint on. And just the way he moves, and the way he carries himself, and his balance and everything. His matches are really solid as well. He was the Progress champion, unless he's lost it recently. He was the Progress champion, but his entrance, so good. You look at him, he's got a good size. He's over 6 foot, well over 6 foot, 6'2", something like this. He's got a good size, ripped, great physique, incredible entrance, solid gimmick, great entrance music, good entrance attire. Tick, 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 tick. You kind of look at him and you go, wow, I can imagine that on, like, a pay-per-view. It's really good. So, yeah, Cara Noir's good. But I haven't heard any promos from him. And he's just one for the future. I think he's just got a really solid gimmick. And he would be great in NXT UK. If he was in NXT UK, there would be a real buzz around him. I think there's a real buzz around him anyway. Right, Paige and Sky were victorious. That piece is called Swan Lake. Oh, was that actually Swan Lake? It's cool. Dang it, Paige and Sky. Dang it. I can't believe he zip-tied the legs together. Classic. Like the movie Black Swan. Just like that. Who is the best commentator in WWE? It's probably JR, innit? I know that's a boring answer, but it probably is. It definitely isn't Byron Saxton. How about that? Shingo versus Will Ospreay at Don Taku was very good. Will had to vacate due to injury, so the title was on the line, and it was Okada versus Shingo. And that's what happened. That's what I was thinking. I thought it was Ibushi against Shingo. Technical masterpiece. Love watching wrestling those two brawl. I miss Tom Phillips. Boo, but at least Darby put up a fight. JR isn't even in WWE. No, you're right. Split Page and Ethan Page. Do you mean Sky and Ethan Page? Sonny's back. Welcome back. We're 43 minutes into this show, and we are well on our way towards whatever is going to take us from hour 1 into hour 2. Normally there's something quite big. You know, this is where Cody would come out now. So normally you've got something where that'll take, like, stick around for the next hour kind of a thing. Takes you from hour 1 to hour 2. But I haven't looked to see what's on this show, so I don't know what's coming up next. Austin said, have you been enjoying it so far? I thought the MMA fight was all right. I was all right. That last match, I don't know. I wasn't really getting into it. Imagine Cara Noir against Karrion Kross. What a spectacle! It'd be a battle of the entrances, wouldn't it? They'd both do entrances. They would go over to the judges. They'd tell us who's won, and then that's how we decide. We wouldn't bother with a wrestling match. Just judge the entrances. Next match. And it is Orange Cassidy. Where is my mind? Okay, here is Best Friends and Chris Statlander. I really like Chris Statlander with these. Chris Statlander being with this lot, I think, works really well. Is she still doing, like, her, like, I'm an alien thing? I don't feel like she does the whole I'm an alien thing so much. I feel like they toned that down. Days, what would your wrestling entrance be? Dude, I'd be a jobber. If I was wrestling, I'd already be in the ring. I ain't getting an entrance. Orange Cassidy and Best Friends wrestle. I think, is it just a one-on-one this? It's just Orange, isn't it? Versus Cesar Bonini. With Roman not being in Hell in a Cell, I'm a lot less excited. He was the only thing I was looking forward to. Cesar against Orange. Justin, shout out to you. If you are watching and you're not subscribed to the channel, hit the subscribe. You should be joining us. We're here every single week for AEW. Don't matter if they're on a Wednesday. Don't matter if they're on a Friday. Don't matter if they're on a Saturday, like they will be soon. We'll be here for it. And, of course, we're here for Raw. We're here for SmackDown. We're here for UFC tomorrow. We're here for Hell in a Cell on Sunday. We're here for the Euros as well. We're here for the Olympics, but I don't quite know how that's going to work yet. There is Cesar and... what are they doing? They're spraying him and stuff. They're trying to... Are they making him over? What are they doing? Putting on, like, fake tan and putting stuff in his hair? That's Ziggler's brother, in it. Is he going to be able to get that fake tan off? Or is that fake tan going to, like, stay on him? Let him in. Shout out to you. Johnny, shout out to you as well. Heather said, I'm glad that Statlander came out with OC again. She needs more screen time. Michael, shout out to you. Johnny said, I met Byron Saxton. Oh, I'm sure he's a lovely person. Now they're trying to put a jacket on him and they're trying to do his hair. This is very strange, isn't it? This is very strange. Every time he goes out the ring, they put another element on him. It's a little bit like Buckaroo. They're constantly adding something else to him until he's going to freak out. Against rope goes Cesaro. He goes out to the outside. They are the crab people. Who are the crab people? Is that what they're called? They're called the crab people. Did you like the Hell in a Cell match? I expected it to be longer, but with the time they had, I thought it was good. First 15 minutes was brutal when they had the chair and the toolkit, but then Roman took control, and that ending spot was great. Yeah, I thought it was fine. I thought, like, it's not a match that I'm going to rant and rave about, and, you know, I don't even know if I'm going to remember it, to be honest. But is it good for a SmackDown main event? Yeah, definitely. Think about what you normally get on, like, SmackDown. I mean, you don't normally get a Roman Reigns match, let alone a Hell in a Cell match. So, Hell in a Cell, Roman versus Ray. I thought it was good. And it's for the title as well. That was a Universal Championship match. Superman Punch or Orange Punch. Days, can you believe it's almost 8 p.m. and it's 110 degrees? I can't believe it. Lands on his feet. Boom, Superman Punch. 2, 3. There we go. Orange Cassidy wins. Cesar Bonini sounds like a chef's name. It does. Maybe he cooks crab and that makes him a crab people. Cesar Bonini. He could have his own pasta range. Couldn't he? Italian cooking with Cesar Bonini. I like to do the pasta al dente. Orange Cassidy wins. He does. Who punches better, Roman or Orange? I don't think there's much in it, is there? I would guess that Roman's hurts more. Thumbs up from Chris Statlander. Cornette is going to have a field day with this. It's just AEW doing sports entertainment. Live Saturday. So it's next Saturday. It's going to be a AEW Championship match. And here comes Kenny. Nakazawa is here as well. I can't tell if you're confused or a bit starstruck. Last week you embarrassed me. I doubt you've ever been in a street fight. Two knuckle sandwiches for Jungle Boy. Don Callis says, are you hungry? Jungle Boy said, I'd rather beat you next week in the ring. First one is free. Weird. This is just weird, but it's very watchable. So you can have one free shot. Nakazawa. Nakazawa with the laptop. Wallops Jungle Boy from behind. Jungle Boy gets thrown into some recycling bins, and now Kenny with some strikes to the midsection, and Jungle Boy is... why are they driving off now? He's leaving his laptop. Omega drives away. Kenny is annoying and cringe, says Dom15. Why did Kenny make it sound sexual? Computer smash. Cringe Kenny says let him in. Coming up next, Cody and Brock Anderson. Brock Anderson. Arn Anderson's son. It's going to be in action. Partnering Cody Rhodes. Poor laptop. Do you know what? I kind of felt like that was watchable. But, I don't know. It's, those kind of segments kind of feel like those kind of segments should be... they're just kind of thrown in there. It's like we just go backstage. No one says we're just getting a report there's a bit of a commotion backstage. Let's go. We don't get anything like that. We literally just go to it. It's like, it feels like, right, now it's time to go to this. So we go to it. We just happen to go to it when the... Oh, that was lucky, wasn't it? That was lucky. We just happened to go to it as this vehicle arrives. And, I don't know. You have to really suspend, like, your disbelief, don't you? I mean, there's no point, like, picking at it, because obviously it'll unravel quite easily, but, I wish they'd just tighten these little... Just a little. Just a little. Hayden says, hashtag justice for the laptop. What's with all the hate for Kenny? I think Kenny is decent. He's not amazing, but he isn't bad, says Tribal Chief Roman Reigns. That was something, says Mark. The laptop is free. Brock is it. Yes. Could you imagine? They should have done that. They should have been like, guys, we got him. We got him. Ladies and gentlemen, Brock Anderson. Bring him out. That would have been good. That would have been good. The only problem with that is that you are introducing a new character with everyone going, oh, that's not a great intro, is it? But still, it might be worth it. Can we switch places? Mm-hmm. Oh, people talk about how hot it is. Right, we are at commercial break, and as we said, when we go back, we will be doing the Cody tag match. So we are approaching the final hour. John said Brock is all elite. Don't get me wrong, but heel Reigns is getting a bit silly. Kenny is getting a bit silly. Right. Now we're going backstage for an interview with Matt Hardy and Private Party and the Bunny. Big Money Matt. Thomas says, my TNT has gone down. Oh, well. You can get medication for that. The Rock pretty much entered to Death to Rocky. Here's Christian Cage being put in a cage. Oh, unbelievable. The irony. Look at the irony there. If I was Christian Cage right now, I'd be like, oh, why is my name up Christian Chocolate Factory? Oh. Christian Cage. Big Money Matt has given Christian Cage a check. If you keep coming after me, I will end your career permanently. Days Edge is my favourite superstar of all time. Cody and Brock. What a team. Cody and Brock. This gives a whole new meaning to the name Christian Cage. Cage in a cage. Look at that, guys. Look at that wonderful United States flag waving in the background. Is he still the American Dream, or has he gone back to being the American Nightmare now? Yeah, it's the American Nightmare. Brock Anderson. I wonder if they could even have music for him that went bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-da-ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-ba-da, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-ba-da-ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-ba-da. Something along those lines. Brock, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum. Bum 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 ba da dum bum. Anderson. I'd have done that. I'd have done that. Be worth it just to see Twitter meltdown. Days, I realise there's another guy Roman has beaten clean, so people need to stop complaining about Roman needing help. He didn't need help with Jay, Braun, Bryan, Cesaro, and now Ray. I don't know who's he facing. I don't know who he's facing. The Beast Incarnate. That's what it... Yeah, you are. The Beast Incarnate. That way, they could say Brock Lesnar. Ladies and gentlemen, the Beast Incarnate. Brock Lesnar. The Beast Incarnate. I still don't know who's wrestling. Who are these people? Is that Solo? Solo. And who's the other one? It's not Komoroto, is it? It's on the outside. Who are these people? Solo, and who's that one? Oh, it's QT. I didn't see who it was. Right, it's QT. What a cutie. I feel like Days did that on purpose. People are going to think Brock Lesnar is on AEW, but if you put Anderson, people would think it was Arn Anderson. I didn't know what to do. I just, I thought, well, it's Cody's first name. I'll go with Brock's first name. QT Marshall steps in against Brock Anderson. I wonder if I'll ever get tired of doing that. Oh. Do you think Brock Anderson's finishing move is the F7? I hope so. Brock with the F7! Suicide dive by Cody. Is it really safe for that Brock Anderson to be wrestling? He looks breakable. He does look like he's just finished the day job as an accountant, yes. He does look like he's just helped someone out with, like, their tax returns. And now it's night time and he's put on his lovely blue pants. I am getting that vibe as well, yeah. His real name is Kevin Anderson. That's his real name. His name's Kevin Anderson. They're like, oh, we can't call you Kevin Anderson. That just sounds like the worst wrestling name ever. Oh, let's just go with Brock. Everyone knows Brock. Let's call you Brock Anderson. How about that? That sounds better, doesn't it? Okay. Here he is. Here's Brock Anderson. Driving in his shoulder into the midsection. Brock's finisher is the F2.5. Days, what is your favourite New Japan match other than the Okada Omega matches? Trying to think, like, back in the day with, like, Liger. To be honest, I have genuinely been a fan of, like, more recent New Japan. I went through a long period of time. Oh, I was never watching it in the 90s, but I have gone back and watched stuff. I'm trying to think back on some of the early Wrestle Kingdoms and the main events from that, because there were some matches that I first saw that, like, really blew my mind. I've got quite a few matches going around in my head, but, like, some of the earlier, like, Tanahashi matches, he's kind of become, I feel like he's lost a step now. But if you was to go back about, like, 8 years or so, I kind of feel like Tanahashi, when he was in his earlier runs as world champion, I think he was having some really good matches. And obviously I'm a big fan of, like, Takahashi and what he's been doing recently. But favourite match, it's really hard to pin it down to, like, what my favourite match would be outside of Okada and Omega. I did love it when Naito won the championship. That was only the other year, though. And Nakamura, I mean, see, Nakamura when he was champion over in New Japan. And Balor as well. And the whole Bullet Club stuff. There's loads when, like, Prince Devitt stuff. And Roppongi 3K. I don't know what I would pin it down to. Why does it say Smackdown live stream? Oh, we did Smackdown, and now we've moved on to this. What would I go with? There were some awesome G1 matches as well. Do you know China had a match with Jushin Light? No. Did she? She didn't. The other great thing with New Japan is when obviously WWE would go over, they showed some footage from like the British Bulldogs going over and having matches. And obviously the Road Warriors would go over as well and do some stuff. I think Bulldogs went over to All Japan, but I'm sure they did some stuff in New Japan also. Obviously Vader as well. Do you remember when Vader was over there doing stuff? He was like an early New Japan champion as well. So, you know, and you got like Muta Hogan. That was great. That was really great, actually. Muta Hogan was really great because of the fact that we got to see that Hogan could actually wrestle. They're really, really good matches. Like, actually, Hogan doing moves that we just weren't seeing in WWE. So that was eye-opening. China had a match with Chono. Have you ever heard of the Heartbreak Kid, Sean Spears? Yes, I have. She did. I'm not joking, says Austin. Right, we got about 50 minutes left. We've done. I think did we do a 5-hour stream earlier? We've done a 5-hour stream, and now we've done just over a 4-hour stream so far. So we are sneaking our way towards 10 hours of streaming today. Wow. What did you think of the Hell in a Cell match? Could Jay turn on Roman? The fans are chanting Brock, Brock, Brock. What did I think of it? I spoke about it just. I was like, I thought it was decent. It's not a match I'm probably going to go back. It's not a match I'm crazy about, but I thought for a main event of SmackDown, it's very good. Guys, I'm not joking. Ultimate Warrior wrestled Seth Rollins in 1935. The documentary about China was on Vice last night. I did see that trending. Clothesline by Cody. Scoops up Solo. Plants him. Brings in QT. QT over in the corner. He gets thrown. Cody back in the corner. It's got a nice pace to this match. Goes for a clothesline. QT goes over the top rope. Figure four. Figure four applied by Cody, and Solo gets to the ropes. Let's face the truth. No one watches New Japan. What's up the song suckers on YouTube? No, I haven't heard any. I haven't seen that China documentary. No, I do want to see it. Do you think Seth will turn babyface? I think Seth could turn babyface, yeah. Not anytime soon, though. I think that they're still pretty much, you know, quite happy. I haven't heard any rumours that they're going to change course for him. But I think doing Seth Roman, I think, is going to be quite tempting for them at some point. But I think in the short-term future, they'll keep him heel. But could he turn face in the future? Like the distant future? Like this time next year? Sure. But I think he'll be heel for the rest of this year, Seth. Cody with a crossbody and QT Marshall goes down. Where can I watch the China documentary? Apparently, well, I should imagine on Watch Wrestling. Everything tends to be on there, doesn't it? I watched the Dynamite Kid documentary on there, and also I watched it was really good actually, the Greg the Hammer Valentine, Brutus the Barber Beefcake, Most Wanted, Treasures. I watched that as well. I really enjoyed that. That's a team that don't get spoken about. The Dream Team don't get spoken about that much. Arn Anderson embraces Brock Anderson. Brock Anderson able to pick up the victory. Brock wins. Days, I did not see AEW today. I just don't like it on Friday, says Mania Daniel. Arn Anderson holds up Brock Anderson's arms. And Brock Anderson... there we go. Arn Anderson says one down. I want Brock Anderson to turn heel right now. Oh, okay. Here we go. Look. Jake. There's some kind of derelict building. It's a cool little background. Okay. So Lance Archer was just pacing around in the background. It's just a little vignette thing, but... they had 2 Hour Most Wanted searching for Andre stuff. Yeah, I need to see that one. I haven't seen that. I would absolutely love to see that one. I'm going to have to... I don't know when I'll get a chance to watch it. Andrade, did you see the cool mask he was wearing there? Look at that mask. So JR is talking to Andrade. I am a superstar. So JR says, I assume that is on your radar. I deserve opportunity for the TNT title. And the AEW World title. It's my next step. She understands the business. She's very smart. So Andrade is talking about Vicky Guerrero. I'm a third generation wrestler. She came up with Eddie Guerrero. She knows his family, which is full of even more wrestlers. The same holds true for my family. This is why we have a great connection. Vicky and Andrade have a surprise. Zelina. If they've gone and got Zelina, that would be awesome, wouldn't it? If they've gone and got Zelina, that would be awesome. You need to wait because Vicky and Andrade have got a surprise. Andrade wants a shot at the TNT title. Look out, Miro. I mean, that'd be a great match, but I don't know why you would go for the TNT title. I mean, he's a superstar. He's absolutely dripping in, like, charisma and star power. I kind of feel like... I don't mind him having some matches and getting involved in a feud, but why would he want to come in and go for the TNT title? Why would he be bothered with that? It's clearly a secondary mid-card belt. Don't know. He wants to be the man. So, it just seems a bit strange him saying that he's going to go for the TNT title. But yeah, if isn't Zelina Vega in WWE? No, I mean, she went to the Performance Center. There was rumors she was going to like re-sign, but she ain't going to re-sign with them if they've just let her husband go. So no, I think she's free. I think WWE like booking the same matches every time. Kenny and Jungle Boy had a brawl. Yes, we were watching. Isn't Zelina Vega at the Performance Center? Well, she was certainly there, but nothing's been announced that she's signed anything. So, and you know, now that her husband's been released. Mark Henry got upset with Sonny Ono when they were trying to get Andre's mask when he was in the machines. I need to watch it. When is Andrade and Kenny for the AAA title? Oh, it's a good question. I'm not too sure. I can have a look. Andrade, Kenny, AAA. Triple Mania 29, August 14th. So August 14th, so still quite a long way. Till we get to that. They probably need to keep them apart, don't they? Thinking about it, because I'd imagine AAA will be very angry if AEW do that match before Triple Mania. So I'd imagine that they probably have to try and keep them apart until after that. So I wouldn't be expecting Kenny and Andrade until after that date. He said he deserves a shot at the TNT title and the AEW World title. Yeah, he did. I still find it weird that he mentioned the TNT title. I mean, perhaps he just wants all the belts. Add to the brawl counter. Have we had another brawl, have we? I can tell you what we are getting. We're getting another match, and we can't be too far away from the main event. We're 20... Oh, man, we haven't even done half-time scores, have we? And we haven't even done three-quarter scores. Have you still got the Shotmaster figure? Yes. Yes, I have. I heard SummerSlam is supposed to be bigger than WrestleMania, says James Phillips. They are working hard to achieve that, yes. They are working hard to achieve that. Okay, so Hangman is in with the Dark Order. I love my Stone Cold and China Pop figures, says Austin. The wrestling merch idea won the poll. Ah, cool. That'll be good. Okay, Penelope Ford. Against Julie Hart. So, Penelope Ford making her way down. Penelope Ford taking on Julie. Is it Julie or Julia Hart? Who's with the Varsity Blondes, and she works really well with them. I think she's good with them. Here come the Varsity Blondes. A couple of backflips there by Julia Hart. Her AEW record is 2 wins, 3 defeats. Hangman is second. That is sweet. Jungle and Kenny brawled. Add that to the counter. Done. Varsity Blonde, says Justin, yeah. Do you like WrestleMania this year or last year? I think this year was probably better. I think it's very close, actually. I think it was great having fans back. I think it's brilliant having fans back, but... and the Bianca thing was great. Maybe this year just edged it. Headlock by Ford takes down Julia Hart. That jumping split looks painful that Penelope Ford does. Austin said my 3/4 score is 6 out of 10. Heather says 7 out of 10. Get in your 3/4 scores. Might as well just do it now. Why not? Mega lols. We're all good friends. Might as well just do it now. Lovely escape there by Penelope Ford. Fair play. Days, what is your favourite stream of the day? Probably the wrestling one. Probably this one. I mean, like, I love England, Scotland, and the build. The build for the match earlier, I really enjoyed. The game was tense. I mean, it was a great game. I've seen a lot of people saying, like, the game was rubbish, Southgate out, England, if they can't beat Scotland, how are they going to progress? I did actually listen to Southgate after he did he did an interview, but he also did a press conference. And Southgate was saying that, you know, his number one priority right now is to qualify. That's all he cares about. And he was saying, yeah, I'm not trying to make excuses, but my goal as manager is to get us through this group. And, you know, we could have been more attacking. I could have changed it up and, you know, made us more attacking, but I'm just trying to get us through this group. That is my number one priority. He says, I know I'm the manager and I'm going to have to take whatever comes my way because people are going to be upset that we didn't beat Scotland and, you know, everyone was looking forward to it. But we move on to, you know, the Czech Republic game knowing that we're pretty much through, which is true. England are pretty much through. I mean, it's gonna take some weird circumstance now for England to not progress. So England, with that point, are pretty much through to the knockout rounds. I don't even really think it matters where we finish, to be honest. In the group, I mean, if it was a case that if we finish first, it's easier, then, you know, you'd go all out. But it's not necessarily easier. We do get Wembley if we finish first, which I do think could be important. But currently, both the semi-finals and the final are at Wembley, so by the time you get into the semi-finals, you're guaranteed to be at Wembley anyway. And I don't think there is an easy way to the final. I don't think there is an easy way, so I don't know. It's not... I don't know. A lot of people are critical of... we are at commercial break, by the way. A lot of people are critical of Southgate, that he doesn't just go for it. And, you know, he easily could have gone a lot more attacking today. But I sort of get what he's saying. Still doesn't stop me being a bit like, no. But I wanted to beat them. But I wanted us to win 5-0. I get that you're trying to help us qualify, but come on. So it's one of them. We move on. Czech Republic next. And, hey, those knockout... You can't... I don't know what he's going to do in the night. He'll probably always play defensive. Even in the knockout games, he'll be like, it's all well and good going for a goal, but what if we give a goal away? He's very much that kind of a manager. And it is going to frustrate people. Well, it's all well and good going and trying to win the game, but what if we end up losing? Did you think about that? Did you? Huh? Did you think about that? Yeah, but we want to win and we want to score goals and we've got a really good team. Yes, well. You won't think that if the other team score and then we're out the tournament, will you? No. So, Yeah, I think there'll be interesting to read the papers on it tomorrow. I'm really looking forward, actually, to just having a little watch of a few videos, see what people are saying. Man of the match went to Billy Gilmore, the player we were talking about, the 20-year-old in the middle of the park, who I know that Scottish fans were desperate to see play, and yeah, it went to Billy Gilmore. 3.5 says Brendan. 923 says Brendan. You were so invested in that England stream. I was rooting for England, says Ryan. Appreciate it, bud. Super sad it didn't go our way. Don't matter. We're still the people's champions. We're basically the John Cena of the tournament. Parts of this match feel a little bit like a little training match that you might get at like QT Marshall. It's like some of the moves are being done a little bit slow. Favorite wrestler of the 80s was Hulk Hogan. 90s, Inc. 2000 Stone Cold. Undertaker, says James Phillip. Days, I'm back. I had to go and get me a double steak cheeseburger from Sonic's, says Ant Washington. Beautiful. Beautiful. Spike said Ford is carrying Hart. It's obvious. I think she's still really young, isn't she? I think she's still really young. I don't really get why you would put this on Dynamite, to be honest. This feels like a dark match to me. Ford up top looking for a moonsault. Oh, no one there. Hart moves out the way. Hart. What did she do? There was no one there. She wasn't. What was that? Literally, Julia Hart, and I'm not making this up, went against the ropes, bounced off the ropes, and then did a splits. Like, Penelope Ford had long moved out of the way. What, is she 19? I suppose she should cut her some slack. But was she on TV then? She's 19. Ford wins. Yeah. 19. I didn't realise she was 19. Here's Miro. Miro's come out and he's having a word with Penelope. He says that's not fair. God's favourite champ? Did he just call himself God's favourite champion? God's favourite champion? Why is he going after the Varsity Blondes, guys? Is Miro a heel? I thought Miro was a face. I thought Miro was coming out to have a go at Penelope Ford because she wouldn't release that hold. Penelope Ford's kind of like on the entranceway. I don't quite get it. Which god? All the gods. All the gods. I haven't had bacon for almost a year since I started dieting, says William. Here's Britt Baker, DMD. Oh, here's Vicky. What's Vicky got? Is she managing anyone? Is she managing Nyla still? So Vicky wants Britt to have a match with Nyla. Britt Baker, oh my gosh. Thad, shout out to you. Hope you are well. I think Miro was just looking for a fight, to be honest, says Heather. Okay. I always thought he was a heel, says Let Him In. He needs legitimate matches. Miro has always been a heel. Yeah, but he beat up Kip Sabian. Kip Sabian's one of the most cringe people I've ever seen. That instantly made him a face in my eyes. Since I saw him beating up Kip Sabian, I was like, oh, this guy's a hero. It's about time someone needed to do this. Britt Baker and Rebel Reba are taking on Nyla Rose and Vicky Guerrero. Vicky Guerrero's going to wrestle. Miro is taking on Brian Pillman. MJF is taking on Sammy Guevara. That'll be good. That's June 30th. I don't like Sonic fries. McDonald's fries are the best. Vicky is wrestling tonight. No, in the future. They're just running through the matches that we've got coming up in the future. I don't know what our main event is tonight, but we must be at it. We've only got 26 minutes to go. Just because someone beats up a cringe wrestler doesn't make him a hero. Does in my eyes. Depends how cringe you find that person. He was a heel. Kip Sabian's a heel. Kip Sabian was a heel. Definitely. You can't tell me Kip Sabian's a face. Miro battered him? Do they have Sonics in the UK? No. Add a brawl for that Miro segment. Oh, yeah, we can do that. People talking about their favourite fries. Arby's seasoned curly fries are the shizzle, says William. Black Widow. Am I the only person that doesn't like McDonald's fries? I don't mind McDonald's fries. They're very salty. I think it's literally just salt. I don't even know if there are. I don't even know if McDonald's actually make fries, or if they're just like pure salt sticks. They're very, very salty. Oh, I forgot how Santana and Ortiz debuted. Bacon and ice cream is nasty. Sounds nasty. The Wendy's that I've got, their fries aren't that good. The best pizza is Pizza Hut, says Ant. It's been a long time since I had, like, fast food or anything, but I would love to get, like, a really nice KFC. I haven't had KFC in years. Long overdue. Yeah, it's salt with a bit of seasoning of potato. I used to like McDonald's fries, but I can't eat them because I have gout, says Robert. McDonald's French fries are my favourite. Well, we've got some kind of fast food war. Fast food French fries war breaking out in the chat right now. Main event coming up: Penta, Eddie Kingston, Frankie Kazarian, quite the group, against Matt Jackson and the Good Brothers. Right. Quite the main event. Quite the entourage. Penta, Kingston, and Kazarian versus who? One of the Jacksons, Michael Jackson, and the Good Brothers. That sounds like a group, doesn't it? Michael Jackson and the Good Brothers. Oh, flip. I can't be bothered to change that now. We're just going with this now. We've got some capital letters. We've got some lowercase. It's all on display. None of it's going to fit on screen. I've done that. That's what I've done. That's what we're going with. That's what we're going with. Oh, do you know, there's 20 minutes left. Oh, I might as well just get a bit comfortable. How you doing, guys? Taco Bell would win the fast food wars as foretold in the film Demolition Man. Pizza Hut is better than Papa John's. Tribal Chief Roman Reigns says, let me be honest. I tried Papa John's not too long ago. The pizza was bland, and when I took a bite out of the barbecue wings, I spit it out immediately. It was bad. Austin said, that bothers me a little. What does it bother you for, mate? What's up? We've been streaming. I've been streaming for like 9 hours, 40 minutes. Do you know what I mean? It's time to kick back a little. Do you know, I might go get a beer. We were talking about beer earlier, weren't we? I'm going to grab a beer. Going to grab a beer for the main event. I'm going to get a beer. I was talking about Bud, weren't I? They don't sponsor the stream. Let's get a beer, shall we? There we go. Late night streaming, guys. Late night streaming. Grab a beer. Someone was asking. I was trying to think if I'd had a beer on stream. These are great, by the way. The old screw tops weren't like that when I was a kid. Having to use your teeth and anything. Other people's teeth. Someone asleep next to you. Just have to, like, try and... There's a bar. And this isn't a lie. There's a bar right there that is full of loads of spirits, loads of lager, and everything. So, look how beautifully chilled this is. Look at that. Look at that. Beautifully chilled. Someone was asking if I'd been drinking on the stream before, if I'd been drunk on stream before. I was like, I don't know. I think I've had a drink before on stream. I'm not sure. But you know what I mean? It's been a long day. England, Scotland, 0-0. Hell in a Cell match. Do you know what I mean? 2 football games. Smackdown. AEW. We've covered a lot. We've covered a lot. Give me half an hour and we'll be singing, like, My Heart Will Go On by Celine Dion. Near, far, wherever you are, I believe that the heart will go on. Na, 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 na. Once more, you open the door, and I'm here in my heart, and my heart will go on and on. Yeah, England! England! Come on! But that's in around about half an hour time. Jade Cargill, killing it again. We love you, Jade. But everyone, in my mind, everyone was singing along at home then. It was beautiful. It's beautiful. And on, says J14. Yeah. Karaoke streams. Ugh. WWE TJ8 said, Days, this is a brutal 5 hours of wrestling. This is worse than Raw. I want to go to bed. Wow, there's 17 minutes left. Mary said, good job. Well, listen. Just a quick reminder that we've streamed for 9 hours 43 today. If you think I've got any kind of singing voice, when I haven't streamed for 9 hours 43, I got news for you. But trying to do it after talking for like nearly 10 hours, not happening. And I think we all heard the squeal. That was this stream. Do we all remember the squeal? Oh. He's actually going to get drunk. What do you mean, gonna? Haven't you seen it? I've already had 2 sips. I'm gone, mate. I'm gone. I'm a boomer. I can't hold my drink. I'm a boomer. Back in my day, you'd only have a couple of sips and you'd be gone. You want to go in the stands at soccer and get into a rumble, don't you? That's exactly what I want to do, John. I want to get into them soccer stands. I want to find like one of them Scottish people today and go, you know your team? They're rubbish. They're rubbish. Your team's rubbish. And another thing. Can't play football. Ah! That's what I want to do. AEW isn't that great. It's just decent. Austin said, I like that you're admitting that it's a squeal now. Well, the truth comes out now. I've had a few beers. Do you know what I mean, guys? Now I've had a few beers. All of a sudden now I love you all. I never tell you this, guys. I think this is the best community on the internet. Oh. Only 15 minutes left. You deserve it. Has there been any further word on the fan that fell at Wembley? No, I haven't heard. Do you know what? I haven't heard anything on that, Jimmy. That wasn't today, was it? That was the Croatia game. Dave! Morning! Flip, Dave. You have to get up at 4:45 in the morning. What is going on, Dave? Dave... he just turned 21. Let the guy sing. Right, Good Brothers are... well, it's Matt Jackson with a... Is that like a Kangol cap? And Carl Anderson in there with Penta. Love you too. Dates, would you drink 700 beers? Yeah, if I wanted to. Easy. Keflin, yeah, if I wanted to drink 700 beers, I could drink 700 beers. I think I've probably got 700 beers over there. Could drink 700 of them and then, you know, get a kebab, walk home. It's nothing, that is. I've drunk 800 beers in one night, I have. Sing for us. Oh, dude, I just did my singing. Weren't you here for it? I love the fact that you heard that singing and now you're like, can we have some more? People really do hate themselves out there, don't they? Mr. Jim's is pretty good pizza. I've never even heard of it. Heather said, Days, you haven't even had one? Shut up, mate. This is like, I don't even know what number this is. Stop being a hater. Honestly. Like, no joke, I think this is my 20th, since I've been streaming. I've just been drinking away and you've not even noticed. I mean, you just can't tell. I'm not slurring my words or anything. Super, do you know what I mean? Super hard, I am. Days has gone mad, says Peter. Let him in, says, I love your singing. I want some more. Dario says, why don't we drink on every stream? Yeah. Let's drink on every stream. Let's get a problem going, shall we? And then I can stream me going to Alcoholics Anonymous. Hey, content is content. Hey, do you remember when I said I do like Budweiser? Like, I was Budweiser, if you're watching, yeah? Feel free to sponsor me. You can send me some Coors Light. Budweiser, if you're watching, can you please sponsor me and send me some Carlin? Thanks. Mark said, it's the ones Days is drinking off stream that count. That's true. Yeah, we need a drink meter. You're right. I'm gonna update the drink meter. Let's change the brawl counter. Change the brawl counter to drink meter. So, how many beers has Days had today? 26. That's what I've had. 26 beer. Anyone joining now? I'll be like, has he had 26 drinks? And you lot have got to tell the truth and be like, yep. 26 beers. If anyone's just joining us. Woo! Number 26, baby! Still not slurring my words. Peter Pepper picked some peppers in a pail of water. Yeah! Still not slurring. 26 beers in. Stupid Peter Pecker. Picking his peppers. Loser. The only beer I've tried is Miller Lite. Oh, J14. It sounds like you've got a problem. Need to stop, mate. Need to stop. We do not support drinking. Bojangles pork chop biscuits are the bomb. Do you like Foster's? Do you know what? I did drink Foster's when I was younger. I'm not crazy for it. I do like Coors. I think Coors is alright. I prefer light beers. I'm not someone that's like a heavy drinker, so if I'm going to have a drink, I'll have a couple. Like, all joking aside, if I was to have a drink, like, say I'll have that now, I might have one more before I go to bed. That'd be it. Like, I'm seriously not sitting here, like, you know, knocking back hundreds of beers. But I like lighter beers, in all fairness. I find lighter beers just to be a bit more refreshing. Like, I'm not someone that's sitting here drinking stouts. Do you know what I mean? Oh my god, they're so heavy. Do you know what I mean? Guinness is nice, but I'd have one and that'd be about it. So yeah, I'm more of a light beer. I really like IPAs. They're really refreshing. Indian Pale Ales. They've got they're kind of hoppy, and as a result, like I find them quite refreshing. But yeah, I don't really drink loads. LSW, no more singing. Put 800. Yeah, I could put 800 easy if you want me to do that. It's not a problem. I don't want to make it a round number because people might be suspicious. People might look at it if it was just 800 and might think, nah, he's lying. Well, there we go. 802. Eric said, if I eat a banana every day for a month, how do I buy my bananas? I bought 16 and I ended up eating all 16 within 8 days because they started to go bad. If I... Hang on, what's this? Is this some kind of maths quiz? What's going on now? If I eat a banana every day for a month, how do I buy my bananas? I bought 16. I ended up eating all 16 within 8 days. Well, I've got steady supply. I've got a steady supply of bananas. I don't bulk buy bananas. Like, I get bananas in once a week. So that's where you're going wrong. If you look after your bananas will look after you. That is an official Wrestling Days quote. If you look after your bananas will look after you. So I wouldn't be bulk buying bananas once a month. That's madness. There's no one doing that. There's no one doing that. Eric, you've got to really reassess your banana game. Really reassess it. Let him in says, do you like whiskey? I do. I really do, but I still haven't found that whiskey. I wish I'd have found that whiskey where it's like you drink it and it just hits the spot for you, and it's got the flavors that you enjoy, and it's you know when people are like, oh, I can get chocolate, I can get a little bit of hazelnut, I'm tasting a bit of vanilla, I'm getting a bit of oak. I wish I could get to the point where I had a whiskey and I could drink it and it was really relaxing, and you're tasting all those little things, you're finding all of those notes. I'm not there. I'm not there. I wish I was. I have watched a whiskey channel on YouTube. I can't remember what it's called. And they're so into it. And they're like, I'm getting this and I'm finding that, and you're like, oh man, all I find is depression. I can't find anything else in the bottle of whiskey apart from depression. Optimism that then turns into depression. But where's the chocolate? Where's the chocolate? He's found licorice? I can't find licorice. So I wish I could get to that point. But I do like it. I mean, and I like trying different ones as well. But I've still not cracked it. I've still not found the one. Tilt-A-Whirl Backbreaker by Penta. We got 5 minutes to go. Days fired a shot at the Scots. Stupid Scots. Caps fan said, I saw Scotland and England draw 0-0. Didn't we all? Stupid football. Days is the new Dolly Parton. Plastic wrap only the top of the banana. It will help with age. Hey, whoa. Plastic wrap only the top of the banana bunch, and it helps with aging. Wow. Does that work with people? Days, I live in Milry, Alabama, says Kiflin. Shout out to you. Have you had a Corona? Oh, Corona's cool. Yeah, Corona's nice. That's refreshing as well, isn't it? With a bit of lime popped inside. That's good. Package Pile Driver by Penta Kingston. And here's Kazarian. Picks up Jackson, plants him down. Kingston rolls him over. 1, 2. And Gallows makes the save. Do you remember when Gallows was Festus? Yeah, did you hear that Vince didn't? Gallows had to go up to him and go, hey, Vince. And Vince was like, hey. And he's like, do you remember that I was here before as Festus? And like, Vince didn't make the connection. I love that story. There'll be no fig hunts. It'll just be AA meetings. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure I can still make them fun. Do you know what I mean? I'm pretty sure I can still make... The voiceovers on them are going to be great. Right, Penta. Looking for a package pile driver, going for a clothesline. Net breaker by Anderson. I'll have Corona with lime, but hold the Corona, says Dad Stuff. Glenn Livet or Glenn Fiddich? Do you know what? I'm probably more Glenfiddich, but I don't think I've had Glenlivet that much. But my cousin is really into Glenfiddich, and so every time I've been around my cousins, he'll always give me that. It's nice. It is nice. But I have tried Glenlivet. Oh, they've tagged. I have tried Glenlivet, but not as much. So it's probably one I need to go and revisit, actually. Daisy, if you had your own whiskey brand, what would you call it? I don't know. What do you think it should be called? I'll throw it to you guys. I'll throw it to you. Spife. Spife. Spife life. Is Days drunk? Wasted, mate. Have you seen I've had 802 beers? I'm absolutely off my rocker right now. We've been singing Celine Dion. Books or movies? Movies. I ain't reading books. The A-dazing whiskey. I like that. Hi, welcome to Alana's Burgers. How may I help you? The A-dazing whiskey. Nice. Black Hat whiskey. Nice. Jim Beanie? How about Jim Beanie? Ah! It's a whiskey joke. It's a whiskey joke. Yeah. Why am I doing Bangra? I'm doing Bangra. That's how good that joke was. I'm doing some Bangra. Oh, meet me on the Harlem in the bar. Yeah, bit of Bangra on the go. Which I love, by the way. Shout out, India. LSW said, I can give some whiskey, Irish whiskey. Oh, I'm very happy with Jim Beanie. I'm very happy with that. Dad stuff with Black Hat whiskey. WWE JT8 says, Days, add Dolly Parton to the screen. She might be set up. I'm not sure. I don't know if she's still around or not. Hang on, I've got an image that's hidden. No. Have I got any other hidden images? Sometimes I don't delete them, I just hide them. No. She's not around. She's not around. She's done one. She's probably seen that I'm on the beers. She's seen that I'm on the beers, so she's like, she's gone to bed early. Tahil said, I don't care how bad Eva Marie is. Red over everything. WWE Whiskey Incorporated. Nice. Nice. Thank God this show is over, says Hayden. Dolly's left you? I know. I know. Right, yes, that show is over. Get in your scores. Get in your scores. What did you think of that show? AEW 7.5 says Capsman. 7 says Alexander. Dynamite 6.5 says Jimmy. 7.675. Jimmy says Dynamite 6.5. Alexander says 6.5. Dylan says 9. Dom15 says 5.25. Hi, welcome to Alana's Burgers. How may I help you? Says 4. Let Him In says 6.5. Tribal Chief Roman Reigns says 6. Justin says 8. Trini says 8. Fabulous Disaster says 4.75. Brad G says 6.5. Full-time score 5.5 from Austin. Oh. Hayden with a 6. Ryan with a 6.5. AEW 7. Smackdown 6. J14 says 6.5. 7 says Damien. C. Rayford with a 6. Austin 5.5. Kieran with a 7. And Washington with a 5.5. Yeah, I must admit, I think SmackDown was better personally. I thought the SmackDown main event was better. I wonder if they've looked at like how late this show is on, And I wonder if they've decided maybe we should, like, really, like, get some good stuff at the start of the show. Because I kind of feel like the MMA thing was the best part of the show. I kind of thought that was, yeah, the MMA thing was interesting. So I wonder if they did that at the start because the analytics show that that's when people tune in, and then, you know, it's quite late, so people start drifting away maybe as the show goes, you know, a little later. I'm not sure. I just think that SmackDown was the better show. So I'm going to give this... give it a 6. Give it about 6. I could go... I know Austin gave it 5.5. There's quite a few 5.5s in the chat, actually. But there's a few 6s in there as well. Oh, LSW's gone 5.75. I'll do that. I was toying between the two. I was toying between, like, 5.75, 6. I went 6, but... I don't know, I'm looking and there's a 4, there's a 5.75, there's a 5.5, there's a 4, there's a 5.5, 6.25, 5.5. I'll go with that. 5.756, whatevs. Only number I care about is how many beers are left. Yeah. It's not. Right. Oh. I don't even know when we're back tomorrow. We've got 2 football matches and UFC. Flip. So, 2 football matches and UFC coming up tomorrow. So, I need to go because I seriously need to go to bed. Once I've had another 20 beers. Yeah! Awesome, guys. Thanks a lot for joining us. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I know that AEW didn't really set the world on fire, but still, you know, hopefully we had some fun anyway. Really appreciate the support. You know this. We are back tomorrow with some football matches and UFC. If you are not really interested in that, you're more wrestling orientated, then we are back on Sunday for Hell in a Cell. If not, then we're back Monday for Raw. And apparently Raw is meant to have a little something about it, so... Don't know, just the rumours doing the rounds that this Raw might be the start of a slight change in WWE, but we'll get some more info on that as we get closer to the show. So at this stage, just rumours, but really enjoyed SmackDown. I enjoyed the start of AEW, and then I enjoyed having a beer. So awesome, guys. Thanks a lot for watching, and hopefully I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.